Hello, everybody. Welcome to the home of the Metropolitan Council of East Baton Rouge Parish. We are on the banks of the Mississippi River in Baton Rouge, Louisiana's state capital. It's September 25th, 2024, and we're set to go. Glad you're with us at this time. Here is the Mayor President Pro Tem of East Baton Rouge Parish, Councilman Brandon Noel. Councilman?
Thank you, Dennis. Welcome to the Metropolitan Council meeting this Wednesday, September 25th, 2024. We'll call the meeting to order. Ashley, do we have a quorum?
We have a quorum.
We're going to have our invocation and pledge led by Steve Johnson, Jr., Fleet Management Director. Steve?
Good evening, everyone. Thank you, Council, for allowing me to pray over this meeting and all of the leaders that are here represented today and also our citizens in the city. Let us pray. Eternal Father, our God, we just thank you, Lord, for another day. We thank you, Heavenly Father, for allowing us to be here gathered to conduct the business of this city, East Baton Rouge Parish. Lord, we thank you for the mayor that has been installed, Lord, to carry out the work that you've called her to do. We pray, Lord God, that you watch over her, continue to keep her and strengthen her administration around her. Lord God, we pray over this meeting that the business that's being conducted, Lord God, is pleasing in your sight. We pray, Lord God, that you strengthen every representative council here today, those leaders that you have appointed. We pray, Lord God, that you continue to pour wisdom over them. Lord, strengthen them in their leadership. And Lord, we pray that you bless the hands that have been put to work to represent your people. We also pray for this city, this great city of Baton Rouge. Lord God, you sit high and you look low. Heavenly Father, you know every family that's represented in this city. Lord, you know the problems that we're faced with. And Heavenly Father, we know that you have all wisdom, all power in your hand. We pray that all the citizens, Lord God, are responsible in the duties that you called them to attend to civically, Lord God, and most importantly, morally and socially. We pray that you bind us close together as one community, Lord God, to carry out good things in this world. We're faced with so many problems today, Lord God, but we know that you know every one of them. And Lord God, we hope and we know by your word that all things work together for good for those who love God and are called according to his purpose. So, Lord God, we pray over this council, and Lord, you give them the ability to make the decisions that they need to make. Heavenly Father, that they take patience and care to not make rash decisions. But, Lord God, if there is any reason for them to ponder a little bit more and allow them to process thoughts more clearly, we pray that they be given the strength to do that and the capacity to do that. It is again, we pray all these things and give all these things to you. In the name of Jesus Christ, we pray. Amen. Let us look to the flag for the pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you.
Thank you, Stephen. We have the adoption and approval of minutes. Approval and adoption of the minutes of the Metropolitan Council meeting of September 18th, 2024, the Metropolitan Council zoning meeting of September 18th, 2024, and the Greater Baton Rouge Airport Commission meeting of September 18th, 2024 by Council Administrative Treasurer. We have a motion. Motion to approve by Councilwoman Amorosa. Second by the chair. Any opposed? Motion carries. Ashley, please read the introductions.
Section 2.12, Introductions. Number 2, Establishing Health Insurance Rates and Plan Design for Employees and Retirees effective January 1st, 2025 by Human Resources Director. Number 3, amending the 2024 annual operating budget for the Allison St. Irma Lee Fire Protection District so as to appropriate $80,000 from the district fund balance unassigned in general property tax for the purpose of providing funding for the collection costs, unanticipated personnel costs, equipment costs, and repairs associated with the station and equipment by Allison St. Irma Lee Fire Protection District. Number 4, authorizing the Mayor President to renew the Raising Cane's River Center rental waiver agreement with Visit Baton Rouge and ASM Global for the period January 1st, 2025 through December 31st, 2028 by Mayor President, Visit Baton Rouge, ASM Global, Raising Cane's River Center. Condemnation introductions. Number 5, Superb Properties, LLC, 5316 Glen Oaks Drive, Council District 5, Hearst. Number 6, Lloyd Jones, 6825 Autumn Avenue, Council District 5, Hearst. Number 7, Fred Marvin Butler Sr., 6765 Autumn Avenue, Council District 5, Hearst. Number 8, Hardy Thomas III, 6106 Cyrus, Council District 7, Darazan. Number 9, the estate of Ora Lee Young Lee, 3007 Jackson Avenue, Council District 7, Darazan. Number 10, the estate of Gloria Singleton, 3402 Dalton Street, Council District 5, Darazan. Number 11, Equity Capital Markets, LLC, 825 North 25th Street, Council District 7, Darazan. Number 12, William Hamilton, 519 Louise Street, Council District 10, Coleman. Number 13, Melvin C. Stansberry and the estate of Ruth Lee Watkins Stansberry, 360 Mary Street, Council District 10, Coleman. Number 14, King Cullens Property, LLC, 1136 Napoleon Street, Council District 10, Coleman. Adjudicated property introductions. Number 15, Lot 59, Square 11, Subdivision South Baton Rouge, Council District 10, Coleman. Number 16, Lot 102, Subdivision Glen Oaks, Council District 5, Hearst. Number 17, Lot 1, Square 59, Subdivision North Baton Rouge, Council District 2, Banks. Number 18, Lot 18, Square 10, Subdivision Standard Heights, Council District 10, Coleman. Number 19, Lot 67, Subdivision Lincoln Heights, Council District 2, Banks. Number 20, Lot 4A, 4B, and 5A, Subdivision Swart, Council District 10, Coleman. Number 21, Lot 26, Part, Square 43, Subdivision South Baton Rouge, Council District 10, Coleman. Number 22, Lot 10, Square 41, Subdivision South Baton Rouge, Council District 10, Coleman. Number 23, Lot 35, Square 15, Subdivision South Baton Rouge, Council District 10, Coleman. Number 24, Lot 3, Square 3, Subdivision University City, Council District 2, Banks. Number 25, Lot 12, Square 6, Subdivision Baker Town Site, Metro Council District 2, Banks. Number 26, Lot 4, Subdivision GB Annison Tract, Council District 1, Knoll. Number 27, Subdivision Zachary, Truman Street, Council District 1, Knoll. Number 28, Lot 32, Square 31, Subdivision Greenville Extension, Council District 7, Darazan. Number 29, Lot 46, Square 34, Subdivision Banks, Council District 10, Coleman. Number 30, Lot 12, Square 86, Subdivision Estrema, Council District 10, Coleman. Number 31, Lot 1, Part, Square 12, Subdivision Progress Park, Council District 7, Darazan. Number 32, Lot 230, Subdivision Belfort, Council District 7, Darazan. Number 33, Lot 17, Square 15, Subdivision East Fairfields, Council District 7, Darazan. Number 34, Lot 4, Square 2, Subdivision Goodwood Home Sites, Council District 6, Dunn Jr. All items that require reading have been read, and a motion to introduce all items is in order.
We have a motion. Motion by Councilwoman Amorosa, second by Councilman Hudson. Anyone opposed? Yeah? That's an introduction.
Yeah, he wants to, delete item 14 and all of it.
Well, is that the motion of Councilwoman Amorosa?
Delete item 14 and enter all.
We have a motion to delete item 14, introduce all other items by Councilwoman Amorosa, seconded by Councilman Hudson. Any opposed? We have an abstention by Councilwoman Rocca. Motion carries. Okay, before condemnations, we're going to jump to item 104. Authorizing the Mayor President to enter into a professional services agreement on behalf of the Library Board of Control with Volunteers of America of SCLA for comprehensive community social work services at the East Baton Rouge Parish Library, including administrative support and management for contract workers, and the amount not to exceed $160,000 by the Library Director. Is anyone here wishing to speak on this item?
Good afternoon. I am Katrina Stokes, Executive Director of East Baton Rouge Parish Library, and I am here to speak on the contract between EBRPL and the Volunteers of America for Social Workers in our public libraries. In 2017, the Pew Research Center reported that 78% of adults feel that public libraries help them find information that is trustworthy and reliable. Additionally, 56% of those surveyed believe that libraries help them get information that aided them with decisions they needed to make. Herein lies our expertise, reference, and referral. We provide access to the patrons' information needs, and we refer them to the professionals who can best assist them further. But in the words of our reference services coordinator, Andrew Tadman, a referral is not the same as having a professional talk to them, take their time, understand the situation, and take tangible steps to help them. Historically speaking, the concept of social workers in libraries is not new. By the time I began studying for my Master of Library and Information Science degree in 2008, public libraries had begun addressing the need for social workers in the previous 10 years. The takeaway from this is these individuals are coming to a space where they feel safe among professionals whom they can trust. EBR-PL first addressed this need prior to 2016, but the need became essential after the historic flood. The social workers who came to our libraries through the original contract provided our entire community with much-needed access to relief services. To better explain how necessary the service is, here are anecdotes from our library staff. Nearly every day, our frontline staff see patrons arriving at our libraries in a state of distress or need. Having a VOA caseworker available to assist these patrons is simply invaluable. Among those who received assistance are numerous patrons experiencing homelessness, have received aid getting into the coordinated entry system for housing. More specifically, a patron living in a tent in Independence Park was able to speed up this process with help from the VOA. A patron in mental distress who had been sleeping outside the library was convinced to go to the Bridge Center for help, and the VOA caseworker personally transported them to the facility. And finally, a pregnant patron who was recently the victim of violence was able to receive aid in leaving a very desperate situation. In short, we asked the Metro Council to approve this contract so that we, the library, may continue to render aid to the members of our community. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll go to council. Councilman Hurst.
I just want to thank the library director, assistant directors, board members for understanding that the library is more than just a place with books, a place with videos. It is a place, it is truly a community center. So when we talk about areas, we have 5 city parish community centers. We have 22 libraries. Am I saying that right? Sorry, 14. So we have a total of 19 community centers, if you ask me. The 5 that the city parish runs, and the 14 that are run through the library board and the library board of directors. And I say that because you see the homeless population preparing for jobs. And I'm going to tell you, just to promise y'all, I won't take the whole 5 minutes, but in the last 2 days, I reached out to, about the last 5 days, reached out to St. Vincent de Paul, some other places, for 2 homeless gentlemen who were sleeping outside the Charles R. Kelly Community Center every day. But guess what? I never saw them throughout the daytime, and I said, how can I help you if you're never here during working hours? They said, well, we're in the library learning and filling out job applications. And they could tell they hadn't bathed in a while. They smelled it pretty strong. And we gathered a homeless program that opens October 1st. So through coordinated resource with library, what we have, those gentlemen are now homed, and they have jobs on the way because their ability to use the computers during the daytime and not be judged. I'm going to say that again, and not be judged for how they look, how they smell, how their hair may be. But I'll tell you now, they have haircuts, their clothes are clean, they look good, they're homed, and they will be employed because they were not turned away from the library. So I want to thank you for what you do, not just for literacy, but for the community as a whole. And I ask the Metropolitan Council to support this effort.
Councilman Gode.
Yeah, that was a motion to approve.
All right, thank you. Mrs. Stokes, thank you for your comments. I'm actually just going to ask you to sort of reiterate what I think I heard you say in your remarks. I wanted to make sure the public understood that the Volunteers of America social workers are connected to some of the other supportive services in our community, like, as you referenced, the One Stop and the Bridge Center and some of those others. And I was just going to ask you to sort of expand upon that point, because I think that's important for the community to understand, is these are resources at the library that will then connect to the other critical resources in our community.
Absolutely. I'm going to invite Assistant Director Mary Stein up as she has more statistics that you're asking
Thank
for.
you.
Sure. Thank you, Councilman, for that question. Of course, the conundrum is this is a wonderful parish with wonderful silos of help all over, silos of help. And we as the library have been fighting for years to find out where these access points for all these silos are. We started in 1979 with the Community Information Directory, where we even published how to find all these various groups, clubs, organizations, associations, and government agencies. And it's critical that we connect them. So our friends with the Volunteers of America not only know the phone numbers, because we know the phone numbers, but they know the ins and outs of what's really going on with Employee BR, the Bridge Center, the One Stop, St. Vincent de Paul, the Salvation Army, but also things for youth, elder care. It's not just people that you assume are homeless that are in crisis. We have elders who are in crisis. We have families that when you look at them, you don't know they're in crisis until it all falls apart. So having the social workers and the case managers ready, building up that habit, being trustworthy, being faithful friends in these various locations where they're deployed adds to that trust and confidence, so that someone who is in crisis or approaching crisis will have that confidence to reach out for help and then be connected. Because what we have found is there's wonderful resources through the government and through nonprofits. There's so many that you lose track of them. And to navigate all of those things, when we talked to the case manager for a particular person, they were not homeless. They had other issues. And the case managers knew, well, I can get you in on this program, and we can get you to talk to that kind of person. And this is the paperwork for a federal program, and this is something that your kids can use. She looked at the whole family. And so it was a very holistic experience, and she was able to deliver that holistic service to this patron. And no patron is alone. They have baggage. They have family members. And we are, of course, only as strong as our weakest link. So it's been wonderful to have this program. We were deploying before August of 2016, and let me tell you, thank goodness for that, because we were part of it, and we wanted to be part of the solution. Yeah. So they really help us out. It really, they give expertise to the staff. Every now and then they'll come and do a little training for staff. The staff complements this with other kinds of training on how to be good listeners and active listeners, and then get the people to the right place. So it's been really successful for us.
Thank you, Mayor. Appreciate
Thank
it.
you.
I'll second the motion.
Council members, you should have received one email comment in opposition to item 104.
We have a motion to approve by Councilman Hurst, second by Councilman Gode. Oh, Councilman Dunn Jr.
You want to go first? I just have a point of clarity, and excuse me if I'm off track here. I'm just trying to get an understanding, whether it's the parish attorney, the administration, or you guys. Is this your money, or are you requesting the money from the city? This is your money.
This is funded by the library's budget and approved by the Library Board of Control.
Okay. Can somebody give me an understanding of why are we approving this?
Oh, you have to approve any contract over $50,000
With you guys?
with anybody. Right.
So you're doing it on the behalf of the city?
The library is a city parish department.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Councilman Moak?
I believe y'all have mentioned several times that this is the program that y'all have been doing
Yes,
through
sir.
volunteering.
No, through the organization Volunteers of America.
Okay,
We've been doing it since 2016.
okay. At the $160,000.
No, we started at $50,000 for a little pilot, and then we developed the program, figured out where we needed to deploy workers and how many hours we needed them, and it has gradually grown to this amount. It was $150,000 last year when you approved it.
Okay,
So we're adding something this year, which is why the cost went up. We're adding the use of the full-time social worker as opposed to kind of an itinerant social worker.
okay. So now we're adding one full-time social worker for
Yes.
all the branches.
Yeah, to be on call for all of the branches.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, we have a motion by Councilman Hurst.
Thank you.
Second by Councilman Goday to approve. Any opposition? Seeing none, motion carries. Now we're going to go to our separate sheet for condemnations. Okay, recommendations are to proceed with item 73, 76, 77, 78, 79, 81, 82, 83, 84, 86, 89, and 90. Defer to the October 23rd meeting, item 88, and defer to the December 11th meeting, items 80, 85, 87, and to delete items 74 and 75. Anyone here wishing to speak on these items? Seeing none, we're going to go to council. So 80, we have deferred until December 11th meeting. 81, 82, 83, 84 to proceed. 85. That's it? That's good? We have Katie Evans wishing to speak on item 81.
Good afternoon. I'm coming on the behalf of my mother, Katie Evans. I'm Diane Clark. Shonda.
Can go on and tell me about it. You're Kate Evans, right, your mom?
I'm the daughter.
Okay, you can go on and talk while I look at the pictures.
Okay. I was just coming to get a 90-day extension. It's air property, and I done talked with all my siblings. It was 10, now it's down to 6. We get together and pay the taxes, but I'm trying to get them together to do something with the house, because it was basically used for, like, battered women. She always took in anybody off the street and gave them a place to stay. Mm-hmm. Since we all have our own homes, I would like to see it repaired by the family, and they got a lot of people out there that's homeless.
That's right. It's Marley. I'm sorry. Yeah. Shoot. I was just wondering, just looking at this property, I know sometime we will assist, and I don't know what the process, but because a lot of times this was a home that were used for for homeless and domestic violence. Is there anything that she may need to apply for to help, or I'm putting you on the spot, I'm sorry. And I know it's not a commitment, but I'm just.
Yeah, I have to learn more about the site. It certainly can speak, but do you live in a home? Or?
No.
Oh, so you wanted to rent it out?
I don't want to rent it out. I just want to see it.
For domestic violence
yeah.
and stuff.
Yeah, I just.
Transitional home.
That's what my mother did, you know. She took care of the neighborhood.
That's
she
right.
really did. She had 10 kids of her own, but she was a mother to the community. And I just want to see that carried on if possible.
I'm
But I
going to
can
give
talk
a
to you
90-day,
and-
then would you, if y'all could connect?
We'll go outside.
Yeah,
Give you-
so we'll
Okay.
do a 90-day, and I just wanted to offer that resource, because I know it's a lot of work that needs to be
All
done.
right.
Okay, thank you.
Adriana Moore Wilson on item 83.
Hi, I'm Adriana Moore Wilson, and I have a set of duplexes. Also, they call them, I guess, triplexes as well. One side is a triplex, one side is a duplex. We have tried to improve the duplexes before. As you may have seen a history of permits have been pulled on that property before. And during the time of renovating it, but over time, material had been removed from the inside of the duplexes at some point in time when we would keep material inside to improve the property. And that was not, it was constantly people from, I guess, homeless that were breaking into it. But we still choose to improve it. We still choose to renovate it and try to turn it into a rental property.
Yeah, so the only thing about it is, a lot of people want to do things, their heart is in it, they have a vision, but do you have the capacity to do it?
Yes, I have other properties, and I also have a rental home now that I'm renting out. And also, like I say, we had material to improve it, but that had been, and we keep the lot. We also cut the lot next to it, but we try to keep it cut down to a minimum. At this point, just the time that was, I guess, it was a bad time and where the grounds were not upkept.
Okay. So who would be the primary person working on that?
My husband, he normally keeps up with the grass and everything, and me and him, we have tried. Like I say, you can see the permits during the year that we tried to improve it.
Eric, you wanted to say something?
No, so just,
You're a supporter?
Yes, ma'am. So
Okay.
I think she was just trying to request some additional time and wanted to try to understand how much additional time she could get for them to get it up to code.
Okay, so, we could do 90 days. I think when people come in, the last quarter is always good. But the thing about it is just make sure, because usually once we give 90 days, it's like we want results. So I do, anything else that we could do, again, you could see if there are any programs, and you know about LHC as well, that could help her. But we will give 90 days. That'll be December 11th. You have to come in and show what improvements you made. It doesn't mean it's totally done, but enough where you would at least qualify for a permit to continue doing the work.
Okay.
All right, thank you.
What?
82 and 83. Yeah.
Anyone else wishing to speak on any of these items? Okay, Councilman Moak.
This is,
Number 80 is also deferred for 90 days. Okay.
this is 83 that we just had discussed? Shauna? I apologize. That was 83 that we just did with the duplex and the picture and all. Is there anybody in from the inspections or anything here, or anybody from City Parish that could discuss this timeline or the inspection part? When we send somebody in, as far as these types of structures, and look, I have one on family property. When we do these inspections, if they allow us, do we go in and check structurally or anything like that? Or are we just looking at the outside, grass growing, doors are open or windows are busted out?
If the doors are open and the structure is vacant and we can, lean inside and look to see what the, condition of the structure is inside, and we try to estimate, what the framing and the structure, the foundation, what type of deterioration level that there is.
Okay.
That would
Do we
be-
have anything in our logs on this particular property?
If you look at the report, like when you're looking at the agenda, there's like the inspector's report and it tells you like a percent damaged for all the different members of the structure. So like,
So 75% of the outside walls are either missing or just open? I don't know what 75% means.
yeah, just 75% deteriorated.
Like open structure?
Yeah.
Okay. And the roofing, like 50% holes in it, or?
Yeah, like that 50% of the roofing is structurally deficient.
And we got floor joists at 75%.
Yeah, that's what it says. Yes, sir.
Okay.
Just for clarity, neither of these structures have had any permits since at least 2011.
Permits as far as operating as a duplex?
Permits, as I know she mentioned that they were making improvements and they had a permit at one time, but my records do not show any permits back through 2011.
Okay. Could the owners come back up, please? Are they still here?
I'm talking about the same young lady? Okay.
Yeah, thank you. Thank you for coming back up. I don't know if
She actually just left. She thought it was over.
Okay. Look, I'm going to defer to Councilwoman Banks. This is in her area and stuff, but we've had these several times, and I make the same comments to them before, and I'm not sure what your association is or what, but it gets to a point that, in fact, we had one right off of Louise Street, I think, in Councilwoman Coleman's district, a while back. And have y'all done a cost analysis as far as what it's going to take to bring this as structure as is back into compliance or anything? And is it going to be worth the cost of replacing it to make it a rental property versus trying to fix this one up?
So I think kind of going with Councilwoman Banks' suggestion, or at least the way I interpret her suggestion, there's some basic things that can be done. And then we also talked about the Louisiana Housing Corporation's program.
Do you have an idea of some of the basic things that you're looking to do?
Yeah, I can't address that immediately, but I do feel comfortable that like in 90 days, substantial progress can be made.
Okay.
So.
Again, first, without having to just spend a lot of money, I'd get a contractor over there and go, can this be done?
Yeah,
and
so
I would think without having to do a full workup or stuff like that, you can probably look at it and say, no, or sure, it's going to cost you X amount. So just a recommendation. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Doing 90 days, because for all of these properties, again, when we give 90 days, we're like stretching it. I'm open to that because they haven't come before me before. But in 90 days, just as my colleague has said, that's time for an assessment to see whether or not this is something that they have the capacity, just like the item we're about to come on 92. Either you have it or you don't. But we have to give people an opportunity So on December 11th, they have to at least be in a position to be able to get a permit.
Yeah.
If they're able to get a permit, that shows they've done enough work. So that's, and I really don't want to leave burdens on my constituents in 2025 that I need to resolve in 2024.
Understood.
Thank you.
All right.
Okay, recap here. Recommendation, go ahead, Councilwoman.
All right, I'd like to defer for 30 days, 76. And yes, there have been many deferrals, but I've done my homework, Mo. And number 77 as well. So 76 and 77, 30 days in District 10.
Mm-hmm. Anybody else?
Stay in your lane.
All right. Recommendations are to proceed with items 73, 78, 79, 84, 86, 89, and 90. 30 days on 76, 77, 88. To the December 11th meeting for items 80, 81, 82, 83, 85, 87, and to delete items 74 and 75. Do we have a motion? Motion by Councilman Hurst, second by Councilwoman Amorosa. Any opposed? Motion carries. All right. Item 91. There is a request to delete this by the department, authorizing Mayor President Sharon Weston Broom to authorize a contract agreement on behalf of the City of Baton Rouge, Parish of East Baton Rouge, Mayor's Office of Community Development, and St. Vincent de Paul for construction of a non-congregate homeless shelter for the period June 1st, 2024 to June 30th, 2026 for a sum not to exceed $1 million by the Mayor's Office of Community Development. Again, there is a request to delete this by the department. Is anyone here wishing to speak on this item? Please state your name for the record.
Penny Mae, Contour Drive. I'm wondering what it means to delete. If delete means that this is going to be deleted tonight and then brought back as an agenda item, I'm speaking in opposition to it. I'd like the council to consider looking at the inventory of currently underutilized or closed buildings if they decide to proceed with building a congregate homeless shelter. For instance, the old women's hospital on Airline would be a perfect place for the homeless, given that that whole airline corridor does have a lot of homeless people in that area. So I'm opposed to building a totally new building, especially at the cost of $1 million, when we have so many underutilized and not utilized at all buildings that I'd like y'all to look at, that maybe the cost of renovating a couple of those, having several homeless, whatever these are, smaller ones, utilizing existing buildings. And also, the homeless population doesn't want to live in a box. They like to be outdoors. I'd much prefer the money being spent to build pavilions like they do in other states that have open walls, showers, facilities where the homeless, that's what they like. I've seen them in Nevada, different states I've been to. And I think we need to see what's working in other states and cities across the country regarding our homeless before we just spend $1 million to build a shelter that most of them don't want to stay in. Thank you for considering.
Anyone else wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll go to council. Councilwoman Amorosa.
Is there anybody with the mayor's office? Thank you. Can explain being deleted, whatever else needs to be explained?
Yes, council members. So we're deleting this item because we're working with St. Vincent de Paul, the community, and the state to identify some alternative sites for this project that might work a little better with that neighborhood. And then actually, to one of the community members' points that they made earlier, would help us maybe with some adaptive reuse of some spaces. So those brainstorming sessions are ongoing with the new team, the new leadership team at St. Vincent de Paul, and we wanted to give time to vet out the details of those, represent that to the community, and then represent that to you in full.
Well, that was going to be my next question, that it is going to come back up on the agenda.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have any other kind of timeline or anything that could happen?
Yeah, so we reach out to Louisiana Housing Corporation because the proverbial ball is in their court right now for a timeline. We hope to, within the next month or two, have a more clear timeline with some very specifics, but these big, larger projects with federal funding do take some time. We'll have to do environmental reviews and, go through some various vetting, so it might take a minute. Thank you. Yes, ma'am.
Councilman Hudson.
Marley, so is this site now out of the running, or is this site still going to be considered in the next round, or?
So the partner continues, St. Vincent de Paul continues to be our partner on this effort. The site continues, the assessments of site is ongoing. So we have some alternative sites that we're continuing to vet. That's not to say that we've precluded any sites from being a possibility.
So this site may still be a possibility?
It could still be a possibility, but at the moment we're vetting other sites.
So what was the assessment process that led you to selecting this site?
Yeah, so the St. Vincent de Paul put together a full proposal with a site in it to the Louisiana Housing Corporation. The Louisiana Housing Corporation did an open call for proposals. That was open actually for about a year until a viable project came through to them. And then we wanted to partner with them to bring those resources here. So Louisiana Housing Corporation ran the NOFA. If you might recall from the initial announcement, the state is actually investing about $5 million in this project, with another $1 million in supportive services at this space to keep it open. So St. Vincent de Paul owned this site originally, but there are some other opportunities that we were asked by the mayor to look into after the community came back and gave a lot of feedback about why this wouldn't work for their neighborhood. So St. Vincent de Paul, the reason the site was selected is because St. Vincent de Paul had put it in its package when it applied to the state. But the state did, in cooperation with us, open that up to allow us to vet other things in other places to see if those would work as well within the parameters of the federal funds that they're managing.
And have y'all already done some of those federal site selection processes for this? Or are we redoing work that's already been done?
What's great about working with the state is they were actually very instrumental in doing the original environmental review, and they might have already done some of that work that they might have to redo, but that's at no cost to the city parish.
Okay. All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak on this item? Councilwoman Adams.
Marley, could you speak a little bit about why we're working on Louisiana Housing Corporation, what continuum of care funds are, and where those go and how they're used?
Councilmember, that's a really great question. So in our shelter services, the state plays a huge role in keeping these operational activities moving and serving people. So not only is it incredibly important for us if we're looking to open a new shelter to work with the state because they can make that initial capital investment and bring those dollars here, they're also going to be incredibly important to ensuring that shelter can continue to be a benefit to people in the years to come. They are the number one funder of shelters, of homeless services, of housing for people experiencing homelessness in our community. And so they have to be a trusted partner if we're going to make this be what we know it needs to be.
All right. Do we have a motion? Motion to delete by Councilwoman Amoroso, second by Councilwoman Adams. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 92, directing the parish attorney's office to take all steps necessary to terminate the cooperative endeavor agreement between the City of Baton Rouge and the Parish of East Baton Rouge and the Scotlandville High School Hornets Alumni Association regarding the right of occupancy granted to the association on the old fire station number 16 by Councilwoman Shauna Banks. We have several people wishing to speak. Janice Montague Miles. I apologize if I said that wrong. Montague Miles. Just correct me.
Good evening. My name is Janice Montague Miles. I'm the counsel for Scotlandville Alumni Association, also a member of the class of 1976. Today I want to speak to you about the CEA agreement between Scotlandville Alumni Association and the city parish. The CEA gave Scotlandville Alumni Association the possession and the right to occupy the old fire station number 16 to a term not to exceed 99 years. The city parish having the right to terminate upon the giving of 30 days prior written notice. The terms of the contract: 1, the association had to establish control and physically secure the use of the building and control access to and from the building. This has been done. Thereafter, we were to assess the building premises to develop a comprehensive revitalization plan to restore and occupy the building. Over the years, repairs, activities, and partnerships with community stakeholders have originated from this building. The CEA also mandated that we acquire insurance in compliance with the agreement. That's done. The responsibility to repair and all repairs and maintenance of the building. Any repairs or maintenance has been done by the Scotlandville Alumni Association. The use of the building was for charitable and philanthropic purposes, as well as an indemnification of the city parish and any of its agents are to be free from all liability. We feel we have met the terms of the agreement. Councilwoman Banks will have you believe that the building is still blighted and that the association is not using the building. This is far from true. Over the past 9 to 10 years, efforts to restore has been ongoing. Activities and community service efforts in line with the association's mission, vision, and purpose has also been ongoing. Partnerships with community stakeholders, pursuing grants, and fundraising activities has also been ongoing. Councilwoman Banks cannot expound on these things. Prior to the resolution to terminate the CEA, there has never been a formal conversation between Councilwoman Banks and the association administration regarding the progress or problems that we encounter. Councilwoman Banks has never appeared to a plan
Ma'am, that's your
inspection.
time. Ms. Miles, that's your time.
Okay. Can I at least close it? Can I close it?
Please.
Okay. So according to the CEA, the city parish was an advocate of the work that Scotlandville was doing and desired to provide a space for the administrative operations to serve the citizens of East Baton Rouge, specifically the Scotlandville community. It was a good decision then, and it's a good decision today. Therefore, we ask that you continue the existing CEA. Thank you.
Thank you. Howard Davis.
Good afternoon. By way of introduction, my name is Howard Davis. I'm a past immediate president of several terms with the Alumni Association. Okay, and so I have been observing in the media, on the news, the whole thing, all forms of media, the back and forth between the councilor and members of the of the organization. I would like to go on record as saying first, before we get into any question or anything, I don't want to argue. All I've been saying is arguing. We're not going to get anything done. We're just arguing back and forth. I would plead not to be involved in any arguments. Just see if we can get something done, working out. When I was over there, when I was I was president, when we moved in there, I was starting there. We had to try to do a few. There were some things that needed done, mainly the roof. You know, we worked on that, got that roof done a little bit. Then we started to try to recruit and have some activities there. There was always been an arts program there. And they'll sit up outside even, and they'd have arts and crafts program. Then they had started to have had two ladies, Miss Jeanette Harris and Nancy. They started a camp, a program with arts and dance and all that. And it went on into the summer where they had a full-blown camp, which was great. They had a lot of girls in there, mostly girls' plants. And it got to the point where it got kind of big, so the church next door across the street liked it, so they offered to let them use one of their activities buildings over there. And so they did that, and they went through the camp. Had a good summer. In the meantime, other things we did to try to get it going pretty good, we had we started our Hall of Fame. We have a Hall of Fame, and we induct people every day. It's not an athletic Hall of Fame; it's a community Hall of Fame. Okay, so people like Thomas Woods, who used to be a councilman and a fire chief. But we got it staffed pretty good, and the only thing we don't have is the place. We got all those awards and things we presented to them. But we're waiting to get that building opened up over there and cleaned out where we have enough space to do all of those things. The Presbyterian Church got involved because they started enjoying those girls over there, and they was getting a lot done. And some of the arts, they was putting that out, getting that done pretty good. The other thing I tried to do with the community, wrote a letter to the area churches and the pastors, asking them to.
Mr. Davis, that's your time. I'm gonna give you. That's your time. I'm gonna give you a couple seconds to close.
Hell, I ain't never started telling. Come on, man, be serious. We got the pastors on board with a gospel concert. And we had a gospel concert, and it was pretty successful. And so we was going to make it an annual thing. And then pastor from down in McKinley, he got in touch and let me know that he sponsors people that record, the Wright brothers.
Mr. Davis, I'm sorry, but that's your time. Everybody's got 3 minutes, and we got a lot of people to get through.
I'm going to take one of theirs.
No, can't do that. Can't do that. I'm sorry. Anybody from the council can ask you a question later if they want, but we got to be fair to everybody. Paula Braxton.
Okay.
Okay, good evening, everyone. My name is Paula Mackenzie Braxton. I reside at 23520 Plank Road, Zachary, Louisiana 70791. I am a life member of the Scotlandville High School Alumni Association class of 1970, and I was president when the CEA was enacted in 2015. I stand here to speak personally and on behalf of the association in opposition to the council rescinding this agreement and to provide a brief historical perspective regarding our acquisition of this property. Upon observing that the property appeared to be neglected, blighted, but had the potential to be restored as a community asset, our association made initial overtures to then Councilman Ulysses Addison and the mayor's office as far back as 2010. It was in April 2011 that Councilman Addison presented an agenda item to the council, but no action was taken at that time. In late 2012, I initiated an inquiry to the Office of Parish Attorney to determine the steps needed to complete a formal request for donation of this property. We were provided with the pertinent state and local statutes governing such action. In 2013, contacts were initiated with Councilwoman Banks and Mayor Melvin Holden for assistance in moving the initiative forward. In August 2014, approvals for fire station property transfers were granted to 3 different nonprofit organizations, the alumni being one of them. Our CEA was finalized and signed in February of 2015. We immediately formed a building oversight committee and began the work of trash and debris removal, securing liability insurance and utilities, getting pest and rodent and environmental health and safety inspections. Contractor building inspections were conducted to determine an initial strategy to make repairs for immediate and safe occupancy. The roof had serious damage that resulted in water leakage, and there was mold and mildew throughout. Because of previous vandalism, we secured doors, the garage doors, broken windows, and the glass door entryway. I introduced a resolution to the membership to impose a moratorium on spending so that we would have funds available to make repairs. We then directed all funding efforts to the building and sought to identify any brick and mortar grants, but that effort has been futile. The association agreed to dedicate the building as a community arts and cultural center. We formed a program steering committee. We held town halls, visited other cities to learn of their grassroots community arts efforts, and we engaged a community arts consultant to help guide us. In partnership with the Baton Rouge Arts Council and First Presbyterian Church of Scotlandville, we held several community outreach camps, introducing the community children to the arts. This was an effort to showcase the community youth talent and demonstrate the types of programs and community services we intended for the building space. Although it has been an arduous journey to get to this point, we sincerely believe in and hold fast to our vision for the property, and we are dedicated to making it a resource and an asset to the Scotlandville community. We ask that you not deter us in this effort, but instead offer support and avenues to assist us in identifying valuable resources that could further enhance our progress. So we ask you to please vote no.
Thank you, Ms. Braxton. Ken Walfer.
Good evening, Council. My name is Kendrick Walfor. I am currently the chair of the SHAC committee, steering committee, as she spoke of. Today, I'm here before you with a message of gratitude and optimism regarding the old firehouse station number 16 on Rosenwald in Scotlandville, entrusted to the Scotlandville High Alumni Association. The journey to transform the firehouse into an art center has been marked by dedication, collaboration, as well as persistence towards this effort. Thanks to our Alumni Association diligent efforts and community support, we were able to put in and raise up to $70,000 into the building towards repairs, speaking of the roof, speaking of other repairs, and any initial documents, reports, plans that we needed beforehand. This includes expenses towards construction drawings, strategic planning, repair of the roof, repairs of plumbing, renovation of bathrooms for public use, installation of AC units, drainage systems, structural enhancements to ensure safety and functionality, updates to electrical systems, and the improvements of accessibility. As we look ahead, the transformation of the firehouse into an art center represents a transformative opportunity for the Scotlandville community. It will serve as a gathering place where creativity flourishes, where local artists can showcase their talents, where residents of all ages can participate in arts programs and cultural programs. This art center will not only enrich our cultural landscape, but also contribute to the economic vitality of Scotlandville area. Therefore, I urge the Metro Council to vote no to item 92 of the termination of the CEA. There is a lot of potential within this building, as well as people who are very dedicated, not only the graduates that you see here today, but people who look like me, people who don't look like me, people who have a vested interest, people who don't have a vested interest. in the community, they still are looking to see this become more of a reality to the Scotlandville area. So I implore you guys to not only vote no tonight, but encourage others, encourage the community to come out and help and see exactly what we have going on within the community. Thank you, guys.
Thank you. Alicia Moore.
Good evening. I stand before you today to also ask that you vote in opposition of terminating the CEA agreement. I know that you've seen pictures and been given false narratives. Just as we all know you can't judge a book by its cover. Also, beauty is not about what's on the outside. We have committed to hard work, and it's about what's happening from the inside and with the people of this organization and what they have been doing these last 10 years with this building. And it was all brought forth after meeting with the community members and asking them what would they like to see. They overwhelmingly stressed to us, everybody is not an athlete, and we want things brought back with the art and theater and dance for our kids. Because prior to this council person taking office, we had those kind of programs at our community center, and they were no longer there. So this is what they expressed that they wanted. Again, we met with them, and although the building was in deplorable conditions and we couldn't inhabit it, through those community partnerships with our immediate neighbor, the First Presbyterian Church of Scotlandville, Mount Pilgrim Baptist Church, the Arts Council, world-renowned Smithsonian Art Institute artist Randall Henry, and Mr. John Gray of the Michael Foster Project, we immediately started putting on these programs until COVID shut us down in 2020. With the new administration in 2021 to today, we have consistently worked on the building and not those programs. So again, I implore you to allow us to continue this endeavor. Thank you.
Thank you. Sonia Daniels.
Good evening, Metro Council. So I did not prepare anything like I did last time, so I'll just speak from my experience and from the heart. But my name is Dr. Sonia Daniels. I'm the founder and president at S. Daniels Consulting. We're a local strategy firm specifically working with mission-driven organizations. A passion for mine is working with organizations who are doing work in historically excluded areas, because that is work that is truly just passionate for me. I came from an underrepresented area, and so I really just identify with the struggles that those organizations tend to face. The challenge in this case is that since COVID, dollars from funders and philanthropists have been really just short, right? So there's just not a lot of giving that's been happening in the South. And so with this situation, as we expect this organization to do work, there has been a lot of resources that have been wasted in this item to keep getting deferred over and over. So as many other folks have said, we implore you to make the best decision, not only for the organization, but for the community. And really just regain trust in the public, right? We're in an election season, and so issues like this tend to interrupt the trust that folks have for politicians. Excuse me, I'm nervous. And so we just want y'all to really understand the impact that this has had on these individuals. They have taken money out of their account to invest in my business, to bring me in to do strategic planning for them. As a result of our engagement, we have developed a really robust strategic strategic plan for them, and the work is ready to be done once we move past this issue. So I just want y'all to keep that in mind, that they are doing work. They have been doing work even throughout this issue, and they're a great organization. I'm sure y'all know that. And so I wanted to just share that. Thank y'all.
Thank you. Rod Wells.
Council, I'm Rod Wells, class of 1970. Some of the things I'm going to say you've already heard. Our program has constantly moved forward. We did have some times when we couldn't move forward. That's already been said. But our program was always designed as an arts center. That was our whole idea in putting this thing together. And the building was not in the condition for us to bring kids in there. And someone has always pointed out already, the First Presbyterian Church of Scotlandville, which is right across the street, it gave us the opportunity to start the program and get it going. And it was going very, very well. Of course, we had some setbacks, but we never stopped moving forward. Our summer camps brought local people in. They've already mentioned Randall Henry, Ronald Kennedy with drawing, Randall Henry with the arts, Gracie Perkins with dance, Chauncey Slack with performing arts. I know you've seen Chauncey Slack on NCIS New Orleans. So my point is, we never stopped moving forward. You know, we always kept this program and our focus was always with the community as a primary focus, and our plans were always centered on children. That's how we got started. That's the position and the direction that we want to go in, want to continue to go in. I'm an old man. Don't make me cry. Thank you.
Thank you. Anthony Kinney.
All right, good afternoon. So my name is Anthony B. Kinney. I am a lifetime resident of District 2, and I am a proud graduate of Scotlandville Magnet High School. We came before this body in July of 2024 to see if we can get past this saga. And here we are in September of 2024 having a tug of war over being a light to this community. When we think about Baton Rouge, when we think about North Baton Rouge and the silos that our community is currently operating in, this shack is serving as a pillar, as a bridge to collaborate this community. Scotlandville Magnet High School is the heart of District 2 along with so many other high schools. And you have seen so many people get to this podium and talk about how important this shack is to this community. And for us to be in front of this body once again in a tug-of-war situation, we're doing a detriment to the kids in that community. We're doing a detriment to the future mayors, the future presidents, and the future council members of this community. So when this shack has to be a point of conversation on the news, it shows that our community has a disconnect. It shows that this community cannot show our young people we cannot come together for a common good. It's not about the name or whose ownership, but it's about the investment that this organization has put into this building. So I ask of you today to vote no on this item. The kids are watching, the community is watching, but most of all, when you see the sea of black and gold that's behind me right now, multi-generational alumni in this room, that mean they care about this building. They put their heart into this building. They put that investment into this building. How much longer we have to fight over trying to be a light in this community? How much longer we have to argue about the investment this multi-generational organization has done? So I ask of you today, this body, this council body, let's move past this saga. Let's show the community that North Baton Rouge can work as one. Let's show the community that District 2 can move forward. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Randall Henry. He didn't make it? All right, and we have 10 opposed, not wishing to speak. Anyone else wishing to speak on this item? Please come up. State your name for the record.
My name is Dr. Dina Johnson, and I am a member of Scotlandville's Alumni Association by default. And I actually graduated from Broadmoor, so I wasn't given the opportunity to go to Scotlandville. So that's the reason why. But I know my community, and I've gotten to know these alumni, and I see all the hard work that they've been doing. The crazy part about it is that they said they have invested $70,000 in this building already on their own hard work. Not from grants, not from donations, hard work. And to see that there's so many other issues in District 2, but yet alone we're focused on the shack, is behooving to me. If in fact you see that this Alumni Association stands strong, and then they've already demonstrated that they're doing the work. But again, it comes to funding. And now you have new people that have also become more active, the youth, that are now having the resources or sharing resources with them that they may not have known about previously. And so now we're learning, but it's in a progress. And then we're going back to all of the different presidents that have been in place as well, okay? And maybe some setbacks with health issues that may have contributed to the delays, in addition to the pandemic and also the flood. And with a bad roof from the start that just continued to deteriorate it, that ran up the expenses of repairs. So I stand in opposition for it because I know Scotlandville Alumni Association can do the work to get that building done. And in the same instance, continue those programs once they are back into the building or safe for the kids to be in the building. But at the end of the day, they're doing the work, and I ask that you vote no. Thanks.
Anyone else? Please state your name for the record.
Penny Mag. I've spoken in opposition to this, and I will continue to speak in opposition to the termination of this contract. I applaud all of you for showing up over and over and over in numbers. I applaud you for being amazing human beings who want to contribute to your community. I was there last night for the mayoral debate, and it broke my heart to see some of the blight.
Ms. Landry, if you're not speaking into the mic, the public can't hear.
Okay, well, I applaud y'all. All right. One thing I want to say is that soon-to-be former councilperson Banks, every council meeting, she asked you to vote for 90-day, 120-day extensions on blighted properties in District 2, on extensions for condemnations, okay? I do not get her opposition opposing these wonderful people. Please let these people proceed and keep their contract. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll go to council. We weren't going to let you present without a PowerPoint.
Yeah. I concur with all the statements here regarding the enormous support. This is like into the room when I brought the item before the council in August of 2014. We're going to start, I think, I'm a storyteller, so I have a PowerPoint to kind of bring things in line. One of the things that you all have heard, and I'm sure I'm going to need some grace on time. One of the things you all heard is regarding how the item came about, and that is true that Paula Braxton asked me to bring it. She had indicated that Ulysses Bones Addison and Melvin Kip Holden had been asked previously. She didn't know why it had been done, and she asked me, and I was very delighted, considering the fact that I have probably, not only my mother being in the first class of Scotlandville 1956, but my son 2007, and all my aunts and other cousins and first cousins. So that part has been brought to you all. I'm one of those people who believe in dealing with what's within the corners of the paper. And that keeps me focused from not being concerned about feelings, but character, integrity, and whether something is right or wrong, irregardless as to who's involved. So first of all, as you see, the definition of a corporate endeavor is a corporate endeavor agreement is a legally binding contract between two parties that outlines the rights and obligations of each party. That's what we're dealing with. I can't see that hardly. I think I have a printout. So if you all can see.
We can't hear you without the mic, Sean. One second.
Anyway, when you look at a corporate endeavor agreement, it may provide for the investment, pledge, use, or donation of private funds. It also talks about the consequences if it is breached, how that the amount, whatever that value is, that the organization who entered a cooperative agreement, if they breached it based on the economic value, then in most cases they can be asked to refund that money back to the institution. If you go to the next slide. So there, I really can't see this. I thought it would be bigger on the screen. Huh? Yeah, can you read the highlighted ones? So this part talks about what's supposed to happen. Can you see it? Oh, I can look back here. All right, go back. I didn't realize it was behind me. All right, so this is a cooperative.
No mic, Shauna. Come to this side of the podium. Come to this side of the podium.
Thank y'all. Yay. All right. So these are the things that are within the cooperative agreement. This is all that was necessary, and we're not talking about anything but 2014 to 2024. It says strengthen the ties and contact between the high school and the alumni. I've been asking for that. I can't get anything. I've been told by the president and the council, we don't have to give you that. Promote the spirit of alumni unity and camaraderie through communication, reunions, and social programs. I've asked for minutes. I've asked for a flyer. I know that the Hall of Fame that was mentioned, all those things are held at the Jewel J. Newman Community Center. But all I ask for is just show me what you're saying you did. Actively support student activities to supplement and diversify the educational experiences available at the high school and other public schools within the community, especially in supplementing funding and academic and athletic program. Promote the identity and recognition of the high school, both in the city and throughout the state. Promote general fellowship I've asked for a flyer, notes from a community meeting where it was discussed, anything that would support what the purpose of the item was. Anything in 10 years, that's what I've asked for. I have not been able to get
Councilwoman,
it.
you want your extra
Go
time?
to the next one.
That's a yes.
And today you could still bring it. If I'm lying, you could bring it today. All right. So this says, what must a nonprofit disclose? So if you're in the secretary, see, y'all see what I be dealing with? The Secretary of State, not in good standing from 2019 to 2024. 3 weeks ago, I brought this to the parish attorney. So on September 4th, that's when, if you look at the Secretary of State, that's when they became in good standing with the state. Internal revenue. Tax-exempt nonprofits are required upon request to provide copies of 3 of the most filed annual format. I've asked for the council. I've asked, and I will put as many people that I know on, show me your financials, show me your Form 990. I am, by federal law, anybody that asks for this is supposed to get it. I have been flatly denied. That would have showed when you say that you spent $70,000. That would be in your financials. If you said that you've had insurance for 10 months, that would be in your financials. I have not been able to get them. That's just fiduciary financial stewardship. The community, the Scotlandville High School Alumni Association has refused all requests for financial information. However, to demonstrate a commitment of transparency and to make it easier for those seeking financial information to view these documents, many charitable nonprofits post them on their website. I've gone to the website. We're talking about 15,000 Scotlandville residents. 15,000. This is not about an alumni. This is about 15,000 people in Scotlandville that deserve a quality of life. Go to the next one. So we actually had the building appraised before we gave it to you to make sure that it would be in line with what the purposes could be. So when I spoke with Ms. Braxton and she said it was going to be for the alumni to bring community services, not to yourselves, but to the community, what we found out back on July 11, 2024, go to the next one, that there were only 2 purposes. This is what the building looked like in 2011. I don't have to go through what it looks like in 2024 based on when I was there and what pictures of your alumni sent me. And then that's another bit. Moving on. All this is part of what we had as part of the appraisal. Go to the next one. So let's look at the highest and best use for this vacant building. According to the appraisal, it is the opinion of the appraiser that based on the market activity and developmental area, the highest and best use of the subject site as vacant was for multifamily or recreational community development. That is what substantiated me being able to bring this item before the council and getting it approved unanimously. But in conclusion, the highest and best use of the site, again, we know we're not going to use it for family, multifamily, and that's based on the fact that they have multifamily across the street and to the west of the building. But certainly, what is most needed in that area, which has the lowest economic household income, was a recreational community development center. And all I've asked you all is show me. And I haven't been able to get it. Go to the next one. So also as part of this appraisal, it says that, I'll just go to the bottom, the indicated value of the subject property by the sales comparison approach was estimated at $38 per square foot. And the building is 3,533 square feet. So that was 134.26 rounded off to 134.250. So in 2014, what was delivered was 134 $100,000 potential building in 2014. So what, according to the Attorney General, when you're doing a building and you do a CEA, that's what you're supposed to get back. So by giving me financials, I would be able to see $134 investment over the last 10 years.
Shauna,
Haven't gotten it yet.
that's your time.
Can somebody give me time? Well, this is the last, actually.
Shauna. This is my time. Shauna, can you expound on your explanation?
Oh, go on the last one. Go ahead.
Can you expound?
Oh, okay, thanks. So what we're dealing with now is 10 years from 2014 to 2024, not 2024 and 90 years later. Has the CEA been breached? So for $1 in 2024, today is a $1.33, but over 10 years, that's a 33% increase. So today, what the alumni agreed to is to give back, whether it's improvements, whether it's services, whether it's programs, is $178,000 product, $512.23. That's fact. And I'm not going to say you didn't do it. I'm not going to even say you didn't want to. I'm not saying that your heart wasn't right. We're not talking about feelings. What we are talking about is, was it breached or not? And if it was not, I've asked for 60, well, I asked before I even put it on the agenda, first of all. But since then, the council has given you 60 days, and we have met. We've met, and I've asked, I got the emails of every request I have made and every request from your council that said, I don't have to give you that. You were out of compliance from 2019, which I think is when Mr. Davis stopped being president. And that's when I met the young man on the item and I offered to help. And then to 2014, to 3 weeks ago, you were out of compliance. The only insurance you have is for August of 2024. So that's 10 years you didn't have insurance, and thank God the business didn't catch on fire, because that would have been on the city, or someone got hurt. And all you have to do is show me the finances. According to the Form 99 IRS that gives you the right to be a 501c3. I'm all about business. This is as much a disappointment to me as it is to you. So that is why I'm asking this council to look out, not for the alumni, because all you were supposed to be is a steward of it. It wasn't your building. It never was. You were just supposed to help the community. That's what you were supposed to do. And if you did, show me. But if you didn't, what are you fighting for? What are you fighting? Not only that, I offered everybody, I called a meeting. You said you didn't have help. I got 10 nonprofits that signed a survey saying they'll help you, including one that what's your name? Anthony Kinney started, called One Scotlandville Foundation. They have signed up with us. Oh, go look, I'll give you the survey. I didn't say you. I said somebody, oh, okay, yeah, somebody from your, yeah,
Shauna,
the foundation. Shauna. I have the Baton Rouge Food Bank.
Quiet.
People want to do right by this community. It's just that y'all can't do it. Or have, I ain't gonna even say you can't, you haven't. That's the facts. So what are you fighting for? A building you don't belong to. 10 years you haven't been able to do what you needed to do for the community. Who fights over something that's not there? It's for the city and it's for the people. I don't get that. I really don't. So again, I am renewing my request to to my colleague to terminate this agreement. We have funding and 10 nonprofits that have signed up. If you decide to bring this item and I get the support, you're on the next council meeting, you will have an introductory item where all 10 of those nonprofits will be able to come here and show, and matter of fact, including $100,000 in investment that we already have. Thank you very much.
Anybody else? Any other council people have anything?
No.
Councilman?
No, go ahead. Please, Daryl.
Councilman Hurst?
No, it wasn't working right now.
So, one thing that sticks in my head is a conversation, Dwight hates when I call his name up here, but that we had last week with RDI, where we talk about disparities in Baton Rouge and challenges, and those disparities, that particular disparity was about picking up trash and how he noticed that his rental properties in North Baton Rouge don't get the same service as his home in South Baton Rouge. And for me, when I think about what we're dealing with right now, it's something very similar. We talk about blighted communities. We're talking about one piece of property, but it's thousands. I got put on Facebook the other day because I picked up the trash, but got blamed for the continued dumping. I'm like, how can I stop them from dumping? I did my job. They picked it up. But because there's so much that goes on in that area, it's hard to keep up with. And because there is so much that goes on, there's tons of lack of investment. And the same disparity that we see and called out by my council colleague in city services to minority areas versus majority areas are the same disparities we see when it comes to financing from financial institutions supporting interest rates. This is national studies, so I'm not saying anything that there's not there, or ability to go get a loan to redo a fire station, or a Susan G. Coleman versus Scotlandville Alumni Association having the ability to raise money in the metropolitan area. The level of support is different. There's disparities. If Big Buddy puts up something right now, they can raise $1 million in a couple weeks. If Scotlandville Alumni puts up something right now, same program, they might raise $15,000, $20,000. And I'm saying that not to talk about that we aren't good enough, is that everybody doesn't see the value in who we are and what we do. And I asked Councilwoman Banks historically, so we got a couple of things that I want to make sure that we do is, number one, understand what benchmarks we put in place that they did or did not meet. Number one. Number two, how much money did you raise? I've talked to a number of you guys about the money and the next steps. And as long as you weren't in breach of that contract and you have the benchmarks and you raise the money, that I would support this effort to move forward. And so I'm going to ask the parish attorney to come to the microphone. Billy, come on down. I want to know what specific time frame in that contract was put in place for them to be able to make the improvements. Turn the mic on, Billy. Hit the button at the bottom, gray button. At the bottom of the base of the mic, You got a call?
I got it. I'm sorry, not very smart.
There you go.
There is no time frame in the contract. It's basically a very nebulous paragraph. Says begin or initiate an evaluation of the property and assessment of the building and premises in order to develop a comprehensive revitalization plan to restore and fully occupy the building on the premises in a timely fashion. So there is no month, day, or year in there. It just says in a timely fashion.
So words matter to law. So what is the definition of timely?
I don't have a definition for that. That would be something the court would have to decide.
Yeah. So we looked it up earlier because I wanted to make sure I do the right things by the contract that's in place. I'm trying to pull it up, but either way, the bottom line is there's no specific time. And because there is no specific time in that agreement, do we put ourselves in a position to be sued by the Scotlandville Alumni Association
Well, if
for a
the,
potential breach of contract?
if the council were to authorize this matter, then I would send, or our office would send a notice giving them 30 days to move out. I have no doubt that they will then either join in, if we have filed an eviction suit, or they'll file their own suit, and then the court will have to decide that.
Okay. And I mean, I'm not going to ask the question everybody asks. Do you think we'll win or lose? You don't know, right?
Don't know.
It all depends on the court. But the final thing that I'll say is, and if you take my time, I go over, I'll take the next 30 seconds. But, Billy, I don't need you anymore. Thank you. It was the one question I had, that there is no time in the contract. As a city parish, I think we did the Scotlandville. I love the effort, but I think we did every fire station that was donated a disservice. The reason why it took so long for Plank Road, again, disparities in North Baton Rouge.
Councilman, you want extra time?
I do. I sat down with Joe Donahue, who's over DOTD, and I asked him, I said, what about the airline improvement in North Baton Rouge? He said, oh, airline's great. I said, there's a different airline by Women's Hospital than there is by Earl K. Long. He actually agreed with me. That goes back to the disparities. Okay, and there's no way in hell the city of Baton Rouge would have adopted Plank Road from the state of Louisiana without the funding to improve it at the same time. So we wouldn't either. So the rule for, and Fred, come to the mic real quick. Thank you so much, really quickly. What is the typical standard for us to take a road from anybody else? Can you talk about that? And Adam, come to the mic real quick. My time, come to the mic, please.
Well, normally, if we were going to accept a road, it had to meet a certain design criteria standard.
Adam, to the mic.
And that would be the criteria. We would also have to have it evaluated, tested, and things like that in regards to adopting a roadway at that point.
So that roadway is full of potholes. The curb is all smashed up. Would the city take it in most cases?
In most cases, probably not. If it's a public roadway, then we should be fixing the road if it's ours.
It's a state highway donated to the, are we going to take it from the state without the funding to fix it?
We have the funding to fix it.
I didn't say that. I said, will we take it from the state without the funding to fix it?
Mayor Pro
No,
Tem,
sir.
point of order, please.
Yep,
We're not talking streets, we're not talking potholes, we're discussing the item number 82.
I got you. I'm talking about city practices. I am talking about city practices, which is germane to the topic.
No, it's not.
Thank
No,
you.
that's the topic on item 82 is the topic.
Councilwoman.
Potholes
Thank
is
you.
not the topic.
Thank you,
Councilwoman,
Fred.
I hear you. I see the connection.
So I talked about Copper Oaks that's not in here tonight. Had a meeting last night with Adam Smith about a pump station that was by the developer that we will take over, but the neighborhood has to come up with $100,000 before we'll take it, because the city will not accept the responsibility for that pump station until it's at a level in which the city can take it over and operate it without additional maintenance costs on the city. So what we did to you guys is what we would never do to ourselves. We gave you a building that was dilapidated, with roofs leaking, the same ones that Rachel would tear down, because with the roof leaking, it would make the inside unusable. We put you in a position upside down from day one, and now we're asking you to swim out of a lake that's 1,000 feet deep, and we're giving it to you when you're on the bottom, hoping that you can make it up before you drown. And so we wouldn't do it to ourselves. I'm not going to do it to you. You've done what I've asked you to do, and therefore I will support this effort. Thank y'all so much.
Councilman Moak.
Thank you. Billy, could you come up? Oh, there you are. Sorry. We spoke on a specific time frame, and we've established that there's no specific time frame in particular work to be done, correct?
Correct.
Okay. How long was this contract for?
99 years, and commenced in the very first part of 2015.
Okay. Was there any mention, for some reason, I remember hearing, possibly I'm wrong, 10 years as far as to relook at the contract or something, or every 10 years or something like that? Or
No,
is that
there's
nothing in there? I'm wrong
specific.
on that?
Correct.
Okay. All right. So they've had it, how long?
Almost 10 years, 2000, I think it was 1/1 of 15 when it started.
Almost 10 years. Okay. When's the last time that we have went in and inspected and looked at the building?
Not until this agenda item came up.
When was that? I mean, when, about how long ago did we go in and inspect the building?
Within the last 2 months.
Within the last 2 months. Had we been in any time before that, within this almost 10 years?
Not that I'm aware of, no, sir.
Okay. On the breaches of the contract or whatever, is there any specific breach that has been done?
So I guess the question is, I mean, I read you that paragraph before. I don't know that any real plan or implementation plan has been put forward. I also know, there's a requirement that any improvements are going to be made, DPW would have to improve. We're talking about major improvements. I don't think we've received any requests for major improvements.
Okay. Do we know of what specific repairs have been done?
I don't know exactly what they've done. I believe there's been some flooring, but other than that, other than securing the building, I don't know what other repairs have been done.
Okay. Can we pull up the pictures? Okay. So this, and I cannot give a date, so somebody will have to quantify whether this is current or whatever. This was a Google image that I just took a few minutes ago, that I just looked up a few minutes ago. Is that the facility boarded up? Okay. This is, okay, all right, I'll take you on that. Like I said, I don't know the time of the Google pictures, but, this is what I've got. I'm asking, is the facility boarded up right now? Okay. All right. So, I guess we give these facilities out to, I had this discussion before. Frankly, it could have been torn down in the cost of the building of the other one. We got multiple fire stations all over the place, and I'm glad to see some of them are in use. I know there is one that's just been redone to add it to it as a community center or whatever, and that's a great thing to see there. So I want to go back to the time frame here, the insurance part, and city parish. I'm asking city parish or anybody that would know this. When's the last time that we've checked that insurance has been put on this building? And is there any other specific time that insurance has been put on the building and then canceled or not done and then it added back on and so on and so forth? Have we checked on that?
The association has provided their proof of insurance.
As of when?
When this agenda item came up. So Ms. Janice can probably tell you, but they provided it here recently in the last couple months.
Okay, was that insurance in effect for the whole term that they've had this building?
That's my understanding, yes.
Okay.
Ms. Braxton originally had gotten the first insurance and provided that when we first did the CEA. And then Ms. Janice, on behalf of the Alumni Association, provided proof.
Point of order. I don't know if I could do this, but where's that information? Because we were in the meeting and you didn't have that.
Well,
for the 10 years, the whole 10 years.
I don't know if I have for the whole 10 years, but they
Well,
provided, what?
Is this the end of my first
She indicated they provided it for 10 years, yes.
Okay.
Am I just listening to you?
Okay, I got 22 seconds left. I'd like to know about the insurance thing. If insurance has just been acquired or whether they've had it on the building the whole time. And I'm going to end my time right there and let somebody else speak. I may come back for more.
No.
That's not my time.
No, ma'am. Billy.
Okay, what are you putting me out here?
Billy, I'm curious, and forgive me if you already talked about this, but should this move forward tonight with the termination? You said you'd send a letter. What would you reference as the breach?
So I would reference the paragraph I read before, that no real plan has been put forward to implement this building, get back into commerce. And I would go through the other aspects, but it would just simply say you've not done anything except board up the building and maintain the insurance and pay the utilities.
Mm.
And then if they did not leave, we would file some type of eviction suit, and then they would counter, and then the court would have to decide.
Okay. When we talked earlier, it was discussed about timeliness. Is while there may not be, while that would be left up to discretion of a court, you know, I would argue that's no different than being left up to our discretion. I mean, in things you may have seen before, and if you haven't, that's fine. But would 10 years be timely when seen before a court? Is that
I would
typical?
not think 10 years is timely.
You think that's over?
But I don't get to wear the robe, so.
I understand. Okay. That's all I have. Thank you. Councilwoman Darazan.
You mentioned a plan. Who submitted this?
I believe this is, yeah, they've submitted something.
What is this? What is its title and purpose? Can someone answer that?
I know that they presented something when this agenda item came up.
This booklet was prepared for you by the Scotlandville Alumni Association. It has a timeline that indicates the activity that has been going on with the building. It also, if we look at the table of contents, it will also show the back in 2019 how we assessed the building and we came up with renovation conceptions. All of this is under the various sections that we have. We also have a strategic plan. And the question was asked earlier what timeliness is. Timeliness is going to be determined in an individual case based on the condition of the building. We received a dilapidated building. But from the very beginning, we began repairs, we began efforts, and had strategic concepts in terms of what it was going to take to restore this building. And my personal opinion, not because I'm an alum, but legally speaking, timeliness is determined by the conditions that we had to endure during that time. And I think that the time that we have and the condition that the building is in, and even though we're looking at, I don't know where you got those things from, that building has been greatly improved over the past 10 years. And as I was stating earlier, prior to the resolution, Councilwoman Banks has not seen the inside of that building. That building is actually occupied. You can be occupied now. We are conducting meetings out of there now, and it is in a much better condition, and it will be even more. Now, there were also Building and Grounds did an inspection about 2 months ago. That inspection is included in the booklet that you have from your Building and Grounds under Section 2. And Section 5 will tell you the plan that we have going forward for the Shack Center. And Section 4 deals with the strategic plan from the young lady that spoke earlier today. And Section 6 are various flyers and grants and partnerships that we've dealt with over the. And I know this is a lot of paperwork. We did design it to be helpful to you. You just have to look at it. Thank you.
Councilman Moak.
Thank you. Certificate of Insurance Liability, policy effective date 7/23/24 through 7/23, expiration date 7/23/25. Where's the insurance previous to this?
Unless you have a claim for a prior year, the insurance that's current is what's relevant. So therefore, no, I didn't go back 10 years and pull every policy from 10 years ago. But as
Okay, and
A
I
former
appreciate,
president
and I
stated
appreciate
we
that. They're
had.
not talking about pulling the policy
Okay.
and everything from previous before,
Okay.
but in to help your defense of trying
Yes.
to maintain what y'all are trying to do,
Yes.
which is one of the things that is required of this contract,
Right.
is to have insurance throughout the whole thing. We didn't.
we didn't say
I
we
now
didn't.
don't know.
We do.
I now don't know whether you got this policy because all of a sudden we was under scrutiny, or if it's a renewal or an update of policy or something like that. That's all I'm saying. Is only thing I'm seeing is one insurance sheet that started on 7/23 of 24. I'm not saying you didn't have insurance. I would just like to know that you did, and you just didn't. We didn't just arbitrarily get this insurance policy based on the fact that now we're under scrutiny of possibly having our contract canceled. That's the reason I was asking for previous copies of insurance.
Okay.
So.
May I
Now, with
address that?
I'm sorry, I only have so much time. It's
Okay.
specific to the insurance thing. Y'all mentioned y'all had summer camps and things like that. Did y'all only use a specific part of the building because the rest is boarded up, or not habitable? And I'm going by your own pictures here, where you've got ceiling that's pulled down because of a leaky roof and stuff like that. What functions have you had inside of that building?
Okay, I'm going to turn that over to our our chairperson.
Okay, real quick, I just want to know what functions specifically that you've had inside that building. A summer camp, a Christmas card giveaway. Okay. That's it.
Well,
okay.
I'm going to let him address that. But for
I
your
appreciate that.
insurance, we've
Yes,
had
ma'am.
insurance for the past 10 years.
I need to see that.
Okay.
And
you
we
gotta
can probably prove that. Yes, sir. Just specific, what functions you've had inside of that building and use the facility, the whole facility.
So it's never been a moment. It's a large facility. We never used the whole facility. We've used the garage area for our fundraisers. We use that for our community outreach days. We use that for our cleanup as well.
And about how many functions have you had in this 1, 3, 6, 10, just a number, over 10 years?
Over 10 years inside of the building, that'll be a rough number for me to but over 10, I would probably say.
Over 10.
In the garage, you talking about inside of the
inside of the facility.
So if you would consider the garage a part of the building, I would say none inside, mostly outside, because there's no.
Why were there none inside of the facility in 10 years?
Because the facility hasn't been regulated and safe for use as far as for those type of
thank you.
events.
That's what I'm trying to get.
Gotcha.
That we've had 10 years for this fire station to be redone, to make it used, to make it a community active center, to make it viable, to make it. And look, I'm all about it. I'd love to see the one done at South Foster and over by Baton Rouge Community College, but I just found out it belongs to the state actually now. I like the program of turning these into things. But 10 years is a long time to still be somewhat, not completely what y'all are saying, boarded up and not being able to use the facilities. Why can't we work with other agencies and y'all still be a part of it, still be able to use the place and everything, but yet work with multiple groups to get more funding to be able to really make this building shine? And that's what I'm going after. That's what my whole thing in wanting to see this done correctly. Thank you.
Councilwoman Amorosa.
Billy, please. So you said that you went and inspected the building. Can you tell us the condition that the building was in?
I did not go out, but DPW folks did.
Okay. Can somebody come and answer that question? That went in and actually inspected the building? What kind of the condition the building was in when you went and inspected it?
Good evening. So I didn't personally inspect it. My team inspected it. So they did go and take some pictures. They did a visual inspection. They had some renovation that was done to the flooring, some demo to the ceiling where they had roof leaks. So there was some showing of work in the building, but there's still some work that needs to be done. So, but you can see that they did make some effort to make some improvements.
Is the building in a condition now that it is usable on the inside? Because they're talking that they do a lot of activities outside.
Yeah, that is space that they can use.
Okay, thank you.
Okay.
Councilman Gode?
Thank you. Can anyone provide me how much money has been put into the building by the organization over these many years?
Confidently over $70,000. If you want a formal workup of that, I'll get you that at a later time.
Is it a feasible goal? I believe the packet you all provided has about a $500,000 price tag. Is that feasible for your organization?
I believe so. With those partnerships that they said that they are looking for and encouraging, those are the ones we're curating now. Under new administration in 2021, it's kind of been a overhaul of pretty much everything. So within that, I see it as being a viable goal to do, of course.
I'm going to ask a why question. I don't mean it to be confrontational at all. Why aren't you all the one coming to us wanting to walk away from this building?
Hold on, say it again. I'm sorry.
Why aren't you all, why don't you get a room at the high school?
Right.
And start from there and build out from there.
So I think to answer your question, I think the opportunity that was given to us was one that was appreciative when we did get it. Saying why would we walk away now? Because we have a passion for this. We have a plan for this. We have a potential of what we know this could to be. So why to walk away? Why we won't walk away is because we still have faith in what we're trying to do. We still know that there are possibilities to do these things with partnerships, with grants, with funding. We do see this to be a thing. There has been certain things, but like I said, within the new regime, within the new partnerships, ever since this, we've also been, a lot of people have reached out to us as well as far as working with us. So confidently now, I can say now more than ever, that we are confident that we could get to that goal.
All right. Well, I mean, this one, I think you can see from the amount of questions you've gotten. This one's, it's a tough one. I think my colleague, Councilmember Banks, has asked a number of important questions. I would like in this instance to side with the people. But I will tell you, if this doesn't get through, and my colleague brings forward a reworked CEA with some significant adjustments and timelines and deadlines and metrics, I'd be in favor of that. I can appreciate a 10-year, 10 years not being considered timely. So my encouragement is going to be, while I know feelings may be hurt, I think you all, if this doesn't get through, need to work aggressively to present the plan and the documentation she's been seeking.
Councilman Dunn Jr.
Thank you. If the legal counsel could come up for a minute, please. Not ours, theirs. The Alumni Association Legal Counsel. Ms. Miles. Councilman Moak was asking some questions about the insurance. I showed him the proof of insurance in the packet. As he stated, the proof of insurance shows that this current policy started in July of this year and expires next year in July. That's all that's required to typically show proof of insurance. But was there a policy prior to this?
To my understanding, it was a renewal. I'm not part of the administration of the association, but my understanding, it was a renewal.
Yolanda, anybody from the administration, can y'all come up and just confirm that, please?
Yes, we've had.
Speak in the mic, please.
Yes, we have had insurance.
And to your knowledge, how many years back did insurance go?
Starting, like Ms. Braxton said, starting from the beginning.
Okay.
We had to have it.
That's all I need. Thank you.
And to address Councilman Gode's remarks, we heard the council the last time we were here. We heard that you asked us to have open communication with our councilwoman and to develop some benchmarks to make this CEA a little bit more workable. We did. We presented the council and Councilwoman Banks benchmarks that we thought were reasonable, put some timelines in there. We said with an expectation we will be able to perform this. Those notes have not been addressed since then. We gave them, they did not respond to them. A communication with the council, I indicated to him that I felt like because we submitted that to them in the meeting, that they never responded, never gave us an alternative, that they never intended to pursue that in the first place. But we did what you asked us to do.
Thank you. Come on. Joe, can you come back up to the mic as well? I got a question that maybe both of you or one of you can answer. Joe?
Councilwoman Banks did respond to the notes that Attorney Montag gave us.
Okay.
And there should be emails to that effect.
I have a question for one or both of y'all. The facility in its current state, is it operable or is it condemnable? Is it safe to operate in currently?
The building has challenges. You do have areas you can't operate in. It does need a new roof, but it's still a significant amount of work that needs to be done. But I can't say that it needs to be condemned. You would need someone to go in and actually, from permit, to say that. But from what I can see, you do have spaces that's used.
Gotcha. So I wanted to ask that question. You agree?
Yes.
All right. I wanted to ask that question because I know they have a motto and a goal as far as the renovations they want to have done and a timeline and all that stuff and a dollar amount associated with getting that done. But I wanted to also make the point, it seems as if you guys feel like whether they reach that goal or not, the building in its current state can be useful and put in use. Is that not correct?
Yes.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Thank you. That's all I know. As Councilman Gode said, and I've said previously, this is a tough one for me as well. As I've stated to you guys, we have a gentleman and a gentle lady agreement where we typically defer to the council person whose district is in. My personal approach to blighted properties in District 6 is to work with the current property owner to put the property back into commerce. If they don't want to do it, partner that property owner with somebody who's interested in doing it. We have a more than willing, interested party here to work on this property and putting it back into commerce. I cannot, in good conscience, as I've told my council colleague, support this endeavor and what she's doing. I ask you guys and her to get this thing worked out. I know she have a different vision of what she would like to see happen. Again, I wish we wasn't here having this discussion down here. Again, I wish it could have happened in Scotlandville and we could have resolved this issue. I also think, as I've mentioned before, that this is not just a Scotlandville Alumni Association issue, or this is not a Councilwoman Banks issue. We have many properties very similar to this that have been given to organizations with no structure, no timeline, no plan. So the city parish, we have to take some accountability for that as well. It's just not the individual or the group who's received this this property. As I mentioned before to the staff, that I like to see some sort of best practice put in place, some sort of agreement with all these benchmark timelines and things of that nature in place, so it's not so broad. When Councilman Hurst asked about some of the language in the agreement, it's very broad to me. There are no real benchmarks and timelines. It's very open-ended. And I think we need to go away from that so we don't end up here again with a conflict with an organization and a council person having different expectations on what the deliverables are. And again, I don't think that's just on the individual who receives the property. We entered into agreement and gave them operating rights to the property.
Councilman, what's your time?
Please, thank you. We, in my opinion, have to do a better job of establishing what those expectations are, make sure they're realistic, and make sure that the receiving party can agree to those expectations. So city parish, in my mind, has to take some accountability on this thing. And I'll be voting in support of the association. Thank you.
Councilwoman Adams.
Thank you. So I worked in schools for a number of years, and one of my main duties working in schools was I did the fund development for the schools I worked for, and I also served on the Baton Rouge High School Foundation board for six years. And so it's been hard for me to watch all this because I really just want to approach it like a fundraising consultant, because there's so many fundraising issues here that I know need to be worked through. A couple questions, and whoever is best to answer these, it doesn't matter to me. Whoever has this information. I see that y'all have membership, like membership fees. So how many current members are paying their dues annually right now? It can be on average. And then what is our total revenue per year for the Alumni Association?
So we have 195 current paying members, and total revenue. Mr. Melvin, our accountant, would probably be able to better answer that. But
it can be a spitball. It's okay, just like a general like. Let's see what are the dues. I've got it right here.
And I don't want to give you anything that's inaccurate, even
That's
the
okay.
ballpark. I'm sorry.
Okay, that's okay. I mean, 195 members and dues are $50.
Right.
So that allows us. So is that your only source of funding right now?
No, ma'am. We have fundraiser. I'm sorry. We have events that we do every year, Hall of Fame, as well as the Christmas party.
Awesome.
We do fundraisers as well on the side, and as well as sell T-shirts, merchandise.
Sure. Okay.
So we just have different ways
Different
of
fundraisers.
Yes,
so
ma'am.
the membership fees may be bringing about $10,000, and then fundraisers. I don't know how big the Hall of Fame dinner is. I mean, you could do
Yeah.
5, 6, 7 off that.
Yes, near
so
10.
Maybe another 10 or 15.
Yes, ma'am.
So maybe 20 to 25 a year.
Roughly. I don't want to commit to anything, but roughly.
Okay, all right. And what do y'all have a database of all the alumni who graduated, or is someone maintaining or building a database of the alumni, not members, but just potential members?
Yeah, so between us, we do try to reach out to the high schoolers who just recently graduated, as well as backdate just alumni. A lot of this, there's no central location, but we do have a database built within the alumni of the people we reach out to who may not be members, but we know of being alumni.
Do you know what your population in that database is?
Over it's a lot. I can't give you the exact number, but
it's thousands.
How many? It goes back to 1956 as far as the graduation dates as
And
far
do y'all-
back we got.
Do y'all have are y'all paying a staff member to manage that database?
No, ma'am. We're all
All volunteer.
all
So you're-
volunteer work.
And I'm just trying to do some calculations on
Yes,
what's
ma'am.
possible to raise. So you're not necessarily. I'm not sure that you know exactly how many people in that database, in that universe, are current addresses, people that you have current emails on, or current relationships with.
So yeah, yes, ma'am.
Okay, so that's kind of unknown, but there is. All right. So I saw Miss Daniels. Y'all hired Miss Daniels.
Yes, ma'am.
And is that a recent hire? Did y'all just recently hire her to come in?
So this was done previously. Talks may have started in March or April.
Okay.
And then we started in May.
Okay. And Miss Daniels, are you still here? Do you do fundraising consulting? I tried to glean as much information as I could about you off the web, and I do see like strategic planning, and I do see, I mean, this is the beginnings of a fundraising plan here.
Well, yeah. So in the strategic planning process, we did talk through potential opportunities to bring in diverse streams of revenue. So we did talk through opportunities that currently exist in the organization, and then exploring other opportunities to bring in additional funding. So, for example, bringing in larger grants through the Department of Education, which could potentially be about $500,000 in one grant opportunity. So in the strategic plan, we did lay out all of the potential funding that could be available to the organization.
And but you haven't done any kind of feasibility study. You haven't talked with potential donors yet.
Well, so the challenge was in the middle of our strategic planning process, this issue came up, and it actually deferred a lot of the work that we were planning to do. So we kind of had to pivot in the middle of the strategic plan.
Councilwoman, you want your extra time?
I do. So you don't have a fundraising chart yet. You haven't done a fundraising pyramid.
Well, I haven't done so I'm not traditionally a fundraiser. I lean more towards strategy and organizational development.
Okay.
So.
Yes, okay,
Yeah.
and that's kind of what I thought from looking at your
Yeah.
stuff online. Okay, so
Mhm.
then there would need to be an additional fundraising consultant that would be hired and brought in.
And so in the strategic plan, there's actually a plan to bring in a development person to support bringing in additional funds.
Okay, so like on a contract basis or on a, like an employee?
It would be
No?
contract, wouldn't it? Contract, development director?
Yes.
You do a contract. Okay, and then, thank you. And then what, this is going to seem like a dumb question, but this to me is the most critical question whenever you're dealing with a nonprofit. What is the mission statement of the Alumni Association?
I can get you the exact one.
I was looking for it on the web, and it's probably me. I just couldn't spot it. So I will just tell you, my concerns, having done fundraising for a number of years, is this is a lot of money.
Yes.
And contrary to what my colleague Mr. Hurst has said, I have struggled through these fundraisers before, and I have never found it easy to come up with $1 million in just a couple weeks. Or even $500,000. This is years and years of work.
Correct.
That I've done, and sometimes had a goal of 1.2, 1.3, and
Right.
came in at 400,000. After a couple of years of really hard work.
Right. So to speak to that, our biggest mission right now would be raising that, getting our building up to code. So I think we're probably close to maybe 20 or 30,000. So we see that as something feasible. I think it gives more incentive to those around us to get to a level like that, to get to a goal like that. 700 and just whatever we plan to raise, even getting to that number. Yes, it may be considered hard in some instances, but like someone spoke of earlier, if this was Big Buddy, if this was any of these other things, it'll be almost instant. So
Let me ask you, did you find that mission statement?
Yes, ma'am.
I'm so sorry. I promise I'm not trying
No,
to
no,
be, I'm not trying to be a pain at all.
So the mission statement for the shack.
No, for the organization.
For the organization, I'm sorry,
For the
I apologize.
organization. Okay, it was in section 1. I'm sorry, I didn't see it. But of course, I've been trying to read through
Okay.
this.
Scotlandville is a nonprofit corporation organized and existing under the laws of state Louisiana, doing business in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, with a stated mission to provide needed services, assistance, skills, and support systems to children and adults of the Scotlandville community, with stated objectives as follows: strengthen the ties and contacts between high school and alumni, promote a spirit of alumni unity and camaraderie through communication, reunions, and social programs, actively support student activities to supplement and diversify the educational experience available to the high school and other public schools within the community, especially in supplementing funding for academic and athletic programs, and promote the identity and recognition of high school both in the city and throughout the state, promote general fellowship and community involvement within the greater Scotlandville community.
Okay, thank you for
problem.
that. Thank you for that. And so I'm going to act as a fundraising consultant for
Yes,
just
ma'am.
a minute. And please
appreciated.
do not take this the wrong way at all.
Yes, ma'am.
Do you have to have a building to do those things? And let me tell you why I'm
Mm-hmm.
saying this. Because, like I said, I was on the Baton Rouge High Foundation Board for 6 years. The high school alumni fundraising is really, really, really hard.
Right.
And we had an office at the school, and we raised money, and
Right.
we were able to pay for kids to take AP tests. We were able to pay for plane tickets for kids to go to conferences.
Right.
We every penny we raised, we put directly into kids, and I just don't want this. I understand the dream of this building, and I understand the heart and soul of the people who are here.
Yes, ma'am.
And it touches me. It's the world I've lived in.
Yes, ma'am.
I just don't want a building and this to take y'all off mission.
Gotcha.
And so I'm just making that statement, and thank y'all for being here.
No problem. Can I use the last 10 seconds? So I think those things can work in tandem. Even as soon as this Saturday, we do have an outreach. So those things with the kids, those things doesn't stop with the building. Although I understand you said, and I don't mean this anyway, I understand you said that with Baton Rouge High Foundation, and that might have been a struggle for y'all. But if we believe we couldn't do it, or if we had in the mindset of, oh, this big old thing, and we might not be able to accomplish it, there's a lot of things that we wouldn't have. Or there's a lot of things we wouldn't be able to do or see ourselves to do. So growing up in Baton Rouge, going to Scotlandville, graduating from Southern, a lot of people say what we can't do or what's hard to do, and we still find a way to overcome it.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Councilwoman Darazan.
Can address it. Within that database that you have of all of your graduates, do you have some resources you can tap in from these graduates, electricians, painters, sheet rockers, or whatever?
Yes, ma'am.
You know, all of these skills
yes, ma'am,
that you would need to help you to continue to work on this building, just bottom
yes,
line.
ma'am. So to answer your question,
you know, we're talking monetarily.
Yes, ma'am.
Can we talk about some volunteer labor?
Yes, ma'am. So to speak directly to answer your question, yes. A lot of what we have done up until this point has been through either donation of materials or the donation of labor. Even currently, our floors that we have put in, they were all donated by someone, and then we got all the labor as well. So there has been call to actions. We are increasingly getting call to actions to remain in code and to remain with regulation. We do want to make sure that we are finding people who are licensed, insured, all that good stuff. So to answer your question, the call to action has been there. We have had a majority of what we have been able to do has been either from donation or from free labor, or with maybe us purchasing the materials and getting the rest done. So we are pretty much strictly running off of our own network as of now, till we are able to pay these larger entities, for sure. Yes, ma'am.
Councilwoman Coleman.
Come back.
Yes, ma'am.
I want to say to you, young man, that it is great to see you standing firm in what you believe in.
Yes, ma'am.
It is great to see you in the midst of the not so young, and that's the epitome of what we ought to see, the young and the not so young. And know that that was a profound statement that you made, that last statement that you made, and you're to be commended for that.
Thank you.
And I want to say to you that this council up here, the badgering that you all have received tonight has not been given to many other people that walk to that podium. So I want to say to you, do not give up, and do not be moved by some of the stuff. But if you have the vision and the determination for all of you all to move forward with that which you believe in. And then when I sit here and think about Scotlandville, that area, and I worked at Scotlandville High, and I know that that was the principal of Scotlandville High. So I know that this is not just a fly-by-night or emotional whatever, but I know that at one time, when everything Scotlandville had or needed, I should say, it was there.
Yeah.
The grocery store, the everything. It was self-sufficient, and
Yes,
I
ma'am.
know that. So I see this as an opportunity. And yes, you know, elevation of some recognition of some things that can be done at this point. Yes. And if we don't learn, then we just may as well not be even in existence. And so I know that all of us here tonight, and especially the alumni, have gleaned some information that can be used to grow and go. The same thing with the council here, with me, I shall say. And so I say to you and the rest to continue to push forward in what you believe in order to do something with a blighted building, in order to do something in the midst of us talking about blight in every last one of our districts. But you are to be commended, and do not give up.
Thank you. I appreciate that.
Anybody else? All right, go to council. Do we have a motion? Okay. So we have a motion to approve by Councilwoman Banks, second by Councilman Hudson. We have a substitute motion to delete by Councilman Hurst, second by Councilman Dunn Jr. We're going to vote on the substitute motion first. Do we have any opposition to the substitute motion? We have opposition. We're going to vote on machines.
We're going to vote on the substitute motion to delete first.
Hang on.
Question, if the deletion passes, what are the options of it coming back?
Ms. Banks can put it back on the agenda.
At what point?
Anytime.
Can it be, as far as when it comes back on the agenda, can it be modified or added to?
Yes, I mean, it could be changed.
Thank you.
You're welcome. Machines are open on the substitute motion to delete. Motion fails. Machines are now going to be open on the original motion to approve. Machines are open.
Yes.
Motion carries.
Thank you, Jesus. Thank you, Lord. Thank you, Jesus.
All right, moving on. Item number 93.
Thank you, Jesus.
The Metropolitan Council sitting as the Board of Review on Parish Assessments by the Council Administrative Treasurer. There have been no appeals received.
Thank y'all so
We
much.
have to have a motion to declare the hearing held. Anyone here wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll go to council. Do we have a motion to declare hearing held? Motion by chair, second by Councilman Hudson. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 94, amending the annual operating budget so as to reallocate $345,000 in proceeds from the local fiscal recovery funds through the American Rescue Plan Act from the public health blight elimination expense category to the infrastructure stormwater category for stormwater cave-in point repairs in Council District 8 by Mayor President. Anyone here wishing to speak on this item?
Thank you, Lord God.
Seeing none, we'll go to council.
Thank you.
Motion. Motion by Councilman Hudson. Second by Councilwoman Amorosa. Any opposed?
Thank you, Father.
Motion carries. Item 96, authorizing the Mayor President to accept a grant award in the amount of $35,758 to enhance collaborative planning for mass dispensing response in coordination with the State of Louisiana's Office of Public Health Bureau of Community Preparedness for Strategic National Stockpile Cities Readiness Initiative by Homeland Security and Emergency Preparedness Director. Anyone here wishing to speak on this item? I did. I'm going to go back to 95. Seeing none, we'll go to council. We have a motion. Motion by Councilman Hudson, second by Councilman Goday. Any opposition? Motion carries. Apologize. Back to 95, authorizing Mayor President on behalf of Baton Rouge Police Department to accept a grant award from Louisiana Highway Safety Commission in the amount of $897,448.50. Grant program allows Baton Rouge Police Department to participate in overtime enforcement of speeding, DWI, seatbelt, distracted driving, and underage drinking by police chief. Anyone here wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll go to council. We have a motion. Motion by Councilwoman Adams, second by Councilman Hudson. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 97, authorizing settlement of the matter entitled Angela McGee versus Richard Collins et al. In the amount of $12,500 plus court costs in the amount of $164.50 for a total amount $12,664.50 by the parish attorney. Anyone here wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll go to council. Do we have a motion? Motion approved by Councilman Hudson. Second by the chair. Any opposition? Motion carries. Yes, ma'am.
And I guess with so much movement and whatever, I'd like to go back to that issue, the number 70, what that was that we just, the number 92. The motion, yes, to reconsider. And on 92, and my vote, I believe, and I may have erred, but my vote was to allow them to continue with what they were doing. And so I guess maybe the way it was worded, I missed it, but I have to be on record for standing for what my intent, what my vote, what my everything is.
The motion to approve was, the yeas were Adams, Amoroso, Banks, Hudson, Moak, Knoll, Rocca. Coleman voted no. Did not vote. Darazan, Dunn Jr., Goday, and Hurst. So you did vote in favor of the Alumni Association.
Thank you.
It passed anyway, though. The motion to approve passed with 7 votes. Yours was not one of those.
All right, just want to make sure.
Okay, item 98, authorizing settlement of the matter entitled Makisha Veal versus Daniel Nakan et al. In the amount of $45,000 plus court costs in the amount of $305 for a total amount of $45,305 by the parish attorney. Anyone here wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll go to council. Do we have a motion? Motion by Councilwoman Rocca, second by Councilman Dunn Jr. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 99, authorizing settlement in the matter entitled Lakina Seals versus Jason Lee and City of Baton Rouge in the amount of $57,500 plus court costs in the amount of $290.50 for a total amount of $57,790.50 by the parish attorney. Anyone here wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll go to council. Motion by Councilman Hudson, second by Councilwoman Rocca. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 100, rescinding and directing the clerk of court to cancel the notice to attend recorded on August 22nd, 2023, and the decision and order recorded on November 13th, 2023, in the matter City of Baton Rouge versus Nadia Rodales Mendez, 3155 Charlotte Drive. Reason for rescission: the property is being sold and renovated by Councilman Dunn Jr. Anyone here wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll go to council. Motion by Councilman Dunn Jr., second by Councilman Hudson. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 101, amending Title 9, Chapter 1, Part 6, Carnival, Street Fairs, Circuses, etc., so as to add an exemption under Section 9-117, waiving the surety bond requirement pursuant to Section 9-116 for any amusement enterprise or function which is to be held at the Breck facility known as Airline Highway Park by Councilman Dwight Hudson. Anyone here wishing to speak on this item? Please state your name for the record.
Connie Mae. First, I'd like to make a request that the council read into the meetings any comments that are submitted electronically. So my question is, did everyone read the electronically submitted comment on this item in opposition to this item? Ms. Adams, anyone read it?
Ms. May, this is your time. We're not going to converse.
So I know someone who submitted an item. I happen to agree with it. So I'm going to read it, okay? In opposition, the wording, any company, association, or entity making an application for a license or permit under this part for any amusement enterprise or function which is to be held at the Breck facility known as Airline Highway Park, is exempt from provisions of Section 9:116 requiring a cash or surety bond in any amount. This wording is too broad without knowing the actual financials, etc., or status of any company, association, or entity to which this Title IX licensing, which I think is part of the plan of government. So I'm trying to figure out how you can make amendments like this to the plan of government without it going to the vote of the people, like you have bundled 12 things that you want to have happen into one yes or no vote for the change to the plan of government, which is very disrespectful to the citizens, that we are not able to vote on each item individually. So I would like to see, if y'all are going to make changes as agenda items, then each one of the changes to the plan of government should be an agenda item that the citizens, the taxpayers, your constituents need to be able to vote on. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak on this item? Please state your name for the record, sir.
Good evening. My name is Cliff Barton. I'm the president of the Greater Baton Rouge State Fair, and I'm here asking you to please approve this change. Our fair began 60 years ago, 58 years ago. This is our 58th event, our 60th year. We started as a project of the Baton Rouge JCs, and at that time we were an all-volunteer project, and we still are. We have no paid employees. I don't get paid. None of my staff get paid. The people who put this project on and operate it don't get paid. We took the project over from the JCs in 1985 when they decided to get out of the fair business, and our mission is very simple. We raise money and we give it to our foundation, who donates it back to the community in the form of grants, scholarships, and sponsorships, and we support nonprofit organizations involved with children, families, and quality of life. Some of the ones that we support you've heard of, the St. Vincent de Paul Back to School Uniform Program, Folds of Honor. Some you may not be familiar with, the North Baton Rouge Youth Soccer Association. And we also support the Read for Read program, a summer reading program. In order for us to maintain what we do, we have to cut every cost we can, and this extra fee is going to raise our operating costs. The permits would go up quite a bit. And we really think that because we are local, we don't travel, we live here, we think that maybe we should be allowed a little leeway because we pay taxes in the area. And so I'm asking that you please support this change. Thank you very much.
Anyone else wishing to speak on this item?
Council members, you should have received one email comment in opposition to item 101.
Councilman Hudson.
Thank you. Council members, I'll give you a little context and just some information about the item and its origination. So, as Mr. Barton mentioned, the fair has been in operation for a number of decades and has never, in the past, never been asked for this surety bond. This is something that came up after apparently another type of circus or carnival issue came up, and this provision in the ordinance was found, and so they've started making all of the fairs and that sort of thing provide this surety bond. The reason for the surety bond is to make sure that if any city parish infrastructure in the right-of-way is damaged, that the bond is there to protect. In this instance, and that's why we worded it for just this site, we have no infrastructure in the right-of-way at that site. Of course, you know, Airline Highway is a state highway. Furthermore, there's no sewer infrastructure there. There's no drainage infrastructure there. It's all open ditches. That's not to say that they won't still be required to have some sort of insurance policy. I'm certain that as a provision of BREC's agreement with them to operate there, they will continue to have that. But this is just something that, in this instant, because of the uniqueness of the site, is not needed. And is going to be a significant cost. I think Mr. Barton gave me some figures. The surety bond was going to cost them about $7,500. So that's $7,500 that otherwise would be going to nonprofits, otherwise going to help our community get the programming it needs. Instead, we're sending it to some insurance company out of state, probably. So I would ask you to support the item, support the state fair, and support the nonprofits that they support. Thank you.
Councilman Dunn Jr.
Thank you, and thank you, Councilman Hudson, for that clarity. That cleared a few things up for me, because again, I was going to ask. Now, I know BREC is not a department of the city. Why is this coming before us? But it's about the city parish infrastructure. One of the things I would offer up, and I don't know what future plans are. I don't know if BREC knows what future plans are. The city knows what future plans are. But there could be a time where there is city parish infrastructure on this property with future plans. Maybe not, but it's possible. So I would offer up something to the effect that gives BREC the ability to make the autonomy to make the decision instead of just saying all, but add some language that give them the autonomy to make the decision based on individual applications and the environment and the infrastructure at the time. Is something I will offer up. And I was gonna ask, why is an surety bond being required and not just a general liability policy? But you cleared that up. But just wanted to get your thought process on flexibility for BREC staff to kind of make the decision based on the current environment, current infrastructure, instead of just saying all, because we don't necessarily know where the future will lie.
So it really won't be a long-term issue for us because of the city of St. George. So it really only affects this year's fair. In the future, St. George would be the one making that decision, whether or not they need a surety bond or whatever it is for that site.
Okay, just as long as y'all don't ask us to take care of your infrastructure for you.
No, sir.
All right. Thank you.
Councilwoman Banks.
Yes, it just so happens that for the last 2 weeks, we've had meetings with BREC on their improved 3 years, and this site has been one of the main indicators of what they plan to do. Can you answer whether or not you've spoken with them at all? Because I know this is one of the locations. Is it Gene? Mr. G? Cliff. And what's your wife's name? That's right, Cliff and Vicky. Okay.
That's my claim to fame. I'm Vicky's husband.
That's right. So whether or not, and I definitely support this, but I know that that's where Safe House is going to be and a lot of, drainage and infrastructure. So how does that impact you on future plans? Is there an opportunity to still collaborate on that site as state fairground?
Well, several ways to answer that. Yes, there are future opportunities. The master plan that has been laid out, the first part of it is in the parking area,
right,
and not in the fairgrounds itself. And while it directly affects me because I don't have any place to park cars, it does not affect.
Already been up and down airline anyway.
Well, that's true, but I want to keep them on this side of airline so they don't cross it.
Okay.
But it does affect us in that way, but inside the grounds there is no change. They're not doing any work there, and they don't have anything scheduled for the next 10 years. It's all outside of the fairgrounds property.
Even a Safe House?
Yeah, that's out in right next to the ball field.
Okay, so it is, and I'm glad. So it is a possibility that even past this year, you all will continue to be at that site?
We plan to be, yes, ma'am.
All right, thank you. That's good news. Second.
We have a motion by Councilman Hudson, second by Councilwoman Banks. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 102, authorizing Mayor President to amend, there is a request to defer this to the October 9th meeting. Authorizing Mayor President to amend that certain contract for professional legal services with Brian Blackwell LLP to expand the scope of representation to include additional law enforcement cases, and authorizing a budget transfer from compromised judgment account to the legal services account in the amount of $100,000 for said purpose, for a total compensation not to exceed $100,000 by parish attorney. Anyone here wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll go to council. Motion to defer by Councilman Dunn Jr., second by Councilman Moak to the October 9th meeting. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 103, also request to defer to October 9th. Authorizing Mayor President to amend that certain contract for professional legal services with Taylor Porter to expand the scope of representation to include additional law enforcement cases, and authorizing a budget transfer from compromised judgment account to the legal services account in the amount of $175,000 for said purpose, for a total compensation not to exceed $175,000 by the parish attorney. Anyone here wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll go to council. Motion by Councilman Dunn Jr., second by Councilman Moak to defer to the October 9th meeting. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 105, authorizing Mayor President to accept funding from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Health Resources and Services Administration on behalf of the Division of Human Development and Services for the Ryan White HIV AIDS Program in the amount of $34,560 by Human Services Director. Anyone here wishing to speak on this item? October. Seeing none, we're going to go to council. Motion by Councilman Moak. We have a second. Second by the chair. Motion carries. You want to reconsider 103? Or 102 and 103? All right.
Motion to reconsider.
We have a motion to reconsider by Councilman Dunn Jr., second by Councilwoman Rocca. Item 102. Any opposition? Seeing none. Item 102, authorizing Mayor President to amend that certain contract for professional legal services with Brian Blackwell LLP to expand the scope of representation to include additional law enforcement cases, and authorize a budget transfer from compromised judgment account to legal services account in the amount of $100,000 for said purpose, for a total compensation not to exceed $100,000 by parish attorney. Anyone here wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll go to council. Do we have a specific motion? November 9th? Is that 13th?
Yes, please.
Motion by Councilman Dunn Jr. to defer to the November 13th meeting, second by Councilwoman Rocca. Any opposition? Motion carries. We have a motion by Councilman Dunn Jr., second by Councilman Rocca to reconsider item 103. Any opposition? Seeing none, 103, authorizing Mayor President to amend that certain contract for professional legal services with Taylor Porter to expand the scope of representation to include additional law enforcement cases, and authorizing a budget transfer from compromised judgment account to the legal services account in the amount of $175,000 for said purpose, for a total compensation not to exceed $175,000 by the parish attorney. Anyone here wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll go to council. Motion by Councilman Dunn Jr., second by Councilwoman Rocca to defer to the November 13th council meeting. Any opposition? Councilman Goday.
I'd like us to go into executive session on this item.
On item 103?
Item 103, we need to have a motion. We have a motion for executive session by Councilman Goday. What's the reason? Or do I need to read the reason?
To discuss, as Ashley would eloquently say, to discuss the details of, I want to know why we're deferring, so.
Executive session because it would harm us, Councilman Goday?
That's exactly right, because it would harm us. We need just like a one bullet point on why we go into executive session, so I can say it every time.
If a motion to go into executive session because discussion in public would would compromise the city's bargaining
Thank
position.
you.
Do we have a second for executive session? Second by Councilman Moak. Any opposition to executive session? Objection? Two. We're going to vote on the machine.
If you go, it's a 2/3 vote to go into executive session. We need 8 votes. So machines are open on the motion to go into executive session on item 103. Is it a yes or a no? Okay. Motion fails.
Okay, so we have a motion and a second to defer to November 13th meeting. Is there any opposition? Anybody else? Motion carries, deferred till November 13th. Item 106, authorizing Mayor President to apply and accept funding from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Health Resources and Services Administration on behalf of the Division of Human Development and Services for the Ryan White HIV/AIDS program in an amount of $2.2 million by the Human Services Director. Anyone here wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll go to council.
Council members, you should have received 1 email comment in opposition to item 106.
We need a motion contingent on, motion to approve contingent on approval of the grants and contracts review. Motion by Councilman Moak. We have a second. We have a second? Anyone? Councilwoman Adams? Any opposition? Motion carries. Item 107, authorizing the Mayor President to apply and accept funding from the U.S. Department of Health and Human Services, Health Resources and Services Administration on behalf of the Division of Human Development and Services for the Ryan White HIV/AIDS program in the amount of $4,834,355 by the Human Services Director. This also requires an approval contingent on approval of grants and contracts review.
Council members, you should have received 1 email comment in opposition to item 107.
Motion by Councilman Moak. We have a second? Second by Councilwoman Adams. Any opposed? Motion carries. We're going to take items 108 through 116 together. Authorizing Mayor President to amend a sub-recipient contract with Capital City Family Health Clinic for an increase in the amount of $506,557 for a total amount of $718,057 awarded under the Ryan White HIV/AIDS program by Human Services Director. Authorizing Mayor President to amend a sub-recipient contract with HIV/AIDS Alliance for Region 2 for an increase in the amount of $152,832 for a total amount of $205,828 under the Ryan White HIV/AIDS Minority AIDS Initiative Program by Human Services Director. Authorizing the Mayor President to amend a sub-recipient contract with Volunteers of America South Central Louisiana for an increase in the amount of $144,928 for a total amount of $203,508 under the Ryan White HIV/AIDS Program by Human Services Director. Authorizing the Mayor President to amend a sub-recipient contract with the Capital City Family Clinic for an increase in the amount of $77,751 for a total amount of $109,980 awarded under the Ryan White HIV/AIDS Minority AIDS Initiative Program by Human Services Director. Authorizing the Mayor President to amend a sub-recipient contract with Family Services of Greater Baton Rouge for an increase in the amount of $623,121 for a total amount of $883,328 awarded under the Ryan White Part A and MAI program by Human Services Director. Authorizing Mayor President to amend a sub-recipient contract with HIV/AIDS Alliance for Region 2 for an increase in the amount of $846,896 for a total amount of $1,165,987 under the Ryan White HIV/AIDS program by Human Services Director. Authorizing the Mayor President to amend a sub-recipient contract with No AIDS/Task Force for an increase in the amount of $69,118 for a total amount of $122,000 $4 by the Human Services Director. Authorizing Mayor President to amend a subrecipient contract with Our Lady of the Lake, Inc. for an increase in the amount of $321,470 for a total amount of $463,985 awarded under the Ryan White HIV/AIDS program by the Human Services Director. Authorizing Mayor President to amend a subrecipient contract with Our Lady of the Lake, Inc. for an increase in the amount of $53,348 for a total amount $75,409 awarded under the Ryan White Minority AIDS Initiative program by Human Services Director. Anyone here wishing to speak on these items? Please state your name for the record.
Penny May, items, I'm speaking in opposition to all of the items. The three previous items, 105, 106, 107, amount to approximately $7 million in grant funding. The items 8 through 16 total approximately $4 million for taxpayer-funded contracts. The AIDS, I'm so tired, HIV epidemic is pretty much over. I did some research to find out how many active AIDS cases there are in East Baton Rouge. Does anybody know how many active AIDS HIV cases we have that we're getting ready to spend $4 million on? Anybody know? Is there anybody here who knows? Is there somebody who can speak to that?
Ms. May, I know you've been coming here because you're running for office, but no, because I want to clarify because you keep asking questions.
From the health department here?
Listen. You keep asking questions to this body, and the public may look at that and say, God, this council's rude. They're not answering any of her questions. But I want for the public to understand that that is not what this portion of the meeting's for.
Okay.
This is your time during the public hearing to talk. Then we'll take it to the council. If somebody wants to address your question or ask you a question, they're welcome to do that. But I want the public to understand that we're not responding to you for that reason. I'm going to give you extra time.
Okay. I was wondering how many active HIV cases there are in East Baton Rouge today. So I did some research, and what I came up with was the latest figures were from 2020. And at that time, which was 4 years ago, when there was more of an epidemic than there is now, it was approximately 1,800 cases. So do the math. We're going to get $7 million in funding. I'm asking y'all to oppose the $4 million total of these agenda items and, put that money into mental illness, because I rarely see taxpayer money come up to go towards addressing the serious mental illness issues, which are far greater than the HIV/AIDS. So please consider opposing these items and letting the $7 million in grants take care of the less than 1,000 people that this is impacting. Thank you.
Anyone else wishing to speak on this item?
Council members, you should have received one email comment in opposition to items 108 to 116.
We'll go to council. Councilman Dunn Jr.
Ms. Landry, I don't know the East Baton Rouge Parish numbers, and I'm not asking you to comment. I'm just responding to your question. But the nationwide numbers, in 2023, there was an estimated 1.3 million people affected with AIDS and HIV worldwide. That's down 39% from 2010. So to your point, there has been a decline in affected individuals with AIDS and HIV. But what I would impress upon you and others is that is the result of the work that many of these organizations are doing. And that's why we need to continue to fund the work that they're doing from an education standpoint, from an awareness standpoint, from a prevention standpoint. Those numbers didn't decline by themselves. Those numbers declined because of the work that these organizations are doing on the ground to make sure these numbers are not increased. So I wholeheartedly support these items. Let me let the record reflect that I'm abstaining from number 109. But the work that these individuals are doing, Capital City, AIDS and HIV Alliance for Region 2, Volunteers of America, U.S. Department of Health, city, parish. The work that we are doing and they are doing on the ground is the result of these numbers decreasing throughout the country and the world, and these numbers decreasing in East Baton Rouge Parish. Thank you.
Councilman Moak.
22,497. 22,497. Now, that's statistics from 23. Again, like my colleague said, these programs are in place not only to prevent our HIV patients from contracting full-blown AIDS, which at that point, there's not a lot you can do about it. So we have to have these programs in place. Also, these programs are not just for the LGBTQ community or anything like that. This is for all individuals. You know what? I'm just going to say it like this. I'm appalled that you would stand there in front of this council and talk about how we do not need to assist the community or assist these people in training, education, and also providing much-needed drugs and medications to prevent the spread of HIV and then prevent the spread of HIV becoming full-blown AIDS. It is something that we have fought since the 80s to have the recognition that people feel comfortable to be able to come out and get this. You know why? The best I can describe it is, and we even look at this in our community, is you're a little bit right at the point that HIV is kind of like herpes now. It's something that it's not a death sentence when you get it. It's not anything that with the right preventative maintenance and everything that you can live a normal, healthy life. And that's because of these programs right here that people recognize are needed. And we rely on these services of these different people to go out into the community or have places that not only, I'll say it like this, my community can go to and not feel ashamed or anything else. So if it comes to every Ryan White, HIV, federal, state, local, or whatever, to keep these numbers down and keep going down, I will approve every single bit of those dollars. And you can sit there and, you know what? Never mind. I'm stopping. Right.
Councilwoman Rocca.
So a very simple, very quick Google search on this shows that in 2022, Louisiana ranked 4th in the nation for HIV diagnosis rates. New Orleans ranked 11th, and the Baton Rouge population ranked 5th. As of March 31st, 2024, 23,126 people were living with HIV in Louisiana. 10,969 of them had AIDS. In 2023, 875 people were newly diagnosed with HIV in Louisiana, with 25% of those diagnoses occurring in the New Orleans and 19% in the Baton Rouge area. Since 2018, Louisiana has seen an 11% decrease in new HIV cases. Then it goes on to talk about the populations that are most vulnerable for having AIDS or HIV. What you see is a decrease in the AIDS and HIV population due to testing, viral suppression, and pre-exposure prescriptions. But more importantly, for anybody that knows anything about how diseases spread and how health care is provided through Medicaid and Medicare, you would understand that the reason why a lot of these federal grants are given are to reduce the cost on the back end. It's less expensive for me to give someone a viral suppressant or to fight HIV than to pay for someone who has been hospitalized for full-blown AIDS. And taxpayers pay for both. So we look at certain things and we see the beginning, but we don't understand the end. We look at certain things that the government provide and we don't fully comprehend why the government is incentivizing these things and why the government is moving these things forward. And it's often because believe it or not, the government was smart enough to do a cost-benefit analysis and see that prevention on the front end is way less expensive for the population than fighting full-blown AIDS on the back end. So with this governmental grant, I understand that there are populations in need, but I also understand the cost of healthcare, the rising cost of prescriptions, and how this helps in several ways and in several manners. But again, you know, we're all welcome to do our own research.
Councilman Hurst.
I just asked one question: how much is life worth? If you can tell me how much somebody's life is worth, then I can tell you what programs need to be defunded. And untreated, this is a disease that takes lives. And so when I looked at the national average for annual treatment for HIV and AIDS, this goes back to 2010, so I'm sure it's increased. That's the only number I could find. It was $23,000. So if it's $23,000 per the 1,800 people that you say we have in this parish, that's $41.4 million a year. So if the government is only having to supplement $11 million, which includes education and community outreach, I would support that any day of the week. So when you bring your numbers, make sure you do the math on all the numbers and ensure that what you speak about represents the whole and not a portion. And so this is only a portion of what we do to make the impact in the community, because there are people that cannot afford these drugs, especially the ones who are incarcerated. We talked about the cost of HIV drugs as it related to what's the prison medical folks, to turnkey, and how that became a major issue with them getting refunded for HIV and AIDS treatment, and how it was really bringing down the contract and to where there was almost no profitability for them, where they were losing because there was that much treatment required within East Baton Rouge Parish Prison. So, and that's a small portion of the population. So I'll just say be sensitive to the people who are dealing with this issue. And again, I'll leave you with this: never put a value on a life. Thank you.
Councilwoman Banks.
Yes, I have a different perspective. In a former life, I was a HIV. I was a child protection investigator, and there's a population of students that we rarely think of when we think of HIV and AIDS. We mostly think it's as it relates to sexual activity. But I remember as a child protection investigator, the number of children that were born to HIV parents. It was our job to actually go to the home, and we couldn't tell the father, but we would tell the mother, and if they weren't getting medical care. So we don't talk about it a lot, we don't hear, but these are funds that also go to eliminate the transmission of HIV/AIDS from mother to child, which can come not only while in the womb, but also through breastfeeding. And so this is, and I mean, significantly now only 2% of children that are born that where there is a transmission where it cannot be treated through drugs. So there's rarely that we have a discussion as it relates to Ryan White funding, because by now, 20 years later, there's such a great understanding on where we've been in the last 20 years. Councilman Moog, during the 80s, when I actually worked for the American Red Cross teaching AIDS education, we could not even use the term homosexuality. We had to say men having sex with men, because there were so many men who were not identifying themselves as homosexual. They were married or they were in heterosexual relationships. So we had to identify based on the sexual beings and the activity, so that people would get the service and get the help that they needed. And so, you know, I'm sorry that in 2024 we are even having this discussion. Because, again, it does save lives, and more importantly, it saves innocent children's lives.
Councilwoman Adams.
I have a question for whoever on the staff can answer this. If we were to not approve these funds, could these funds be used for mental health purposes?
Good afternoon. To answer your question, no, ma'am, we have to use it for the purpose that they were intended.
So these are federal funds, and we either use them for what the federal government says you use them for, or we just send them back.
Absolutely.
Thank you.
And for the record, we serve non-parishes.
Thank you. So my husband and I had the absolute honor about 4 years ago. We were able to foster a newborn baby who had been born to a mom who was not able financially to care for this child. But the mom was HIV positive and had been able to be a part of one of these programs and was so proud, because these are not easy medications. They're very strict regimens that you're on. And this sweet little mom had done everything she needed to do for her unborn child, and that child had no viral load whatsoever when that baby was born. And such an honor to be a part of that baby's life and that mother's journey, and just all the respect in the world for her and the sacrifices she needed, and then the work that y'all do to make sure that child is now, at 4.5. Actually, she probably just had her birthday in August, and is a healthy young girl with everything wonderful in life ahead of her. So thank you for all the work that you do.
Thank you all for your support.
Councilman Moe.
Thank you. I'm just going to say this in closing, and I, as an elected official and as a person as I am, I have, I've never sit here and pushed an agenda. I've never, tried to change the world or how a government treats people differently or anything like that, and I never will. But when I have the opportunity, sitting here on this Metro Council since coming on, this is something I've never dealt with as an elected official before this, but when I work with these departments, and I worked with them probably for 1.5 years in getting the extra funding for the incarcerated, and working with Turnkey and Open Health and the different organizations that we're talking about being with this funding. It is something that I'm proud of. It's something that I'm glad I get to be a part of it in the position that I'm in as the person that I am. And I just wanted to tell y'all in closing, and y'all speaking and everything, I appreciate it's over the last 4 years of being with y'all. Every time something of this has come up, y'all have been 100% supportive and there for these programs and everything, and I thank y'all for that.
We have a motion by Councilman Moog, second by Councilman Hudson to approve. Any opposition? Abstention on item 109? Don Jr.? Motion carries. Item 117, authorize Mayor President and/or Brosco to execute supplemental agreement number 10 to the contract with SJB Group, Inc., Owen and White, Inc., a joint venture for engineering services during the construction in connection with the Zachary Area Transmission Network Improvements Project for the relocation of 48-inch force main in conjunction with the Comey River Diversion Project for an amount not to exceed $225,605 by Environmental Services Director. Anyone here wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll go to council. Motion approved by chair. Have a second. Second by Councilman Moat. Councilman Hudson.
Real quick, I just wanted to thank everyone for coming out to the District 11 debate tonight, and you'll have a good night.
Not sure that's germane, but any opposition? Motion carries. Item 118, Mayor President, on behalf of the Mayor President, on behalf of the Division of Human Development and Services, Ryan White, Ending HIV Epidemic Program is hereby authorized to amend and extend the contract period till February 28, 2025, and increase the contract with Clay Young Enterprises in the amount of $95,000, not to exceed $265,000 by the Human Services Director. Anyone here wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll go to council. We have a motion by Councilman Hurst, second by Councilman Moak. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 119, authorize the mayor president to execute supplemental agreement number 5 to the contract with Clean Earth Environmental Solutions, Inc. to increase the contract not to exceed amount from $250,000 to $500,000 annually by Environmental Services Director. Anyone here wishing to speak on this item?
Council members, you should have received one email comment in opposition to item 119.
Do we have a motion? Motion by Councilman Hurst, second by Councilman Hudson. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 120, authorizing Mayor President to execute amendment number 7 with Grady Crawford Construction Company, Inc. for construction services in connection with the annual stormwater pipe repair and replacement project, resulting in an increase in the contract in the amount of $765,000 by the Environmental Services Director. Anyone here wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll go to council. Motion by Councilman Hudson. We have a second. Second by Councilman Moak. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 121, authorizing Mayor President to execute an agreement with the Jamestown Mitigation Bank, LLC, to meet the requirements of wetland mitigation associated with Move BR Enhancement Project, McCoast Road, in an amount not to exceed $98,670 by the Transportation and Drainage Director. Anyone here wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none, go to council. Motion by the chair. We have a second. Second by Councilman Hudson. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 122, authorizing Mayor President to execute supplemental agreement number 2 for surveying services with Land Source, Inc. for the right-of-way map revisions associated with East Baton Rouge Flood Risk Reduction Project, Amite River and Tributaries Watershed Flood Risk Management Project, an amount not to exceed $4,875 by Transportation Drainage Director. Anyone here wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll go to council. We have a motion. Motion by Councilman Hudson, second by the chair. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 123, authorizing Mayor President on behalf of the Division of Human Development and Services, Office of Social Services, to amend contract with Louisiana Housing Corporation for the administration of low-income home and energy assistance program in the amount of $1.5 million, amending resolution to correct grant period dates by the Human Services Director. Anyone here wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none, go to council. We have a motion. Motion by Councilwoman Rocca. We have a second. Second by Councilwoman Coleman. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 124, authorizing Mayor President on behalf of the Division of Human Development and Services Head Start Program to amend the project period of a one-time funding received from the American Rescue Plan from April 1st, 2021 through March 31st, 2023, and extending until November 30th, 2024, authorizing the execution of all documents in connection therewith by the Human Services Director. Anyone here wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll go to council. Do we have a motion? Motion by Councilwoman Rocca. We have a second. Second by Councilwoman Darazan. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 126, authorizing the Mayor President to accept a grant on behalf of the Local Workforce Development Board 21 from the Louisiana Workforce Commission, Office of Workforce Development, to administer the Workforce Innovation and Opportunity Act program in the amount of $3,553,321 and execute all documents in connection therewith by the Mayor's Office. Anyone here wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll go to council. This requires an approval contingent upon the approval of grants and contracts review. Do we have a motion in that order? Motion by Councilman Moak. We have a second. Second by Councilman Dunn Jr. Any opposed? Motion carries. Did I? Apologies. Item 125, authorizing Mayor President to execute a contract with Rosebud Healthcare LLC to provide school-based workshops relative to opioid prevention, education, intervention, and treatment not to exceed $98,010 pursuant to the state-approved opiate abatement strategies by the Mayor's Office. Anyone here wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll go to council. Motion by Councilwoman Banks, second by Councilwoman Coleman. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 127, authorizing Mayor President to amend the cooperative endeavor agreement with Live After 5, Inc. for additional support for the fall outdoor concert series from $75,000 to an amount not to exceed $82,500, and authorize a budget transfer from existing appropriations in the amount of $7,500 by the Mayor President. Anyone here wishing to speak on this item?
Council members, you should have received one email comment in opposition to item 127.
Seeing none, we'll go to council. Motion by Councilwoman Rocca, second by Councilwoman Coleman. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 128, authorizing Mayor President to execute a cooperative endeavor agreement with LaForce to use the city parish-owned building at 1111 North 28th Street to provide early childhood care at a waived or reduced rate in the total amount equal to or greater than the fair market lease value of $6,113 per month for a period of 5 years by the Office of Mayor President and Division of Human Development and Services. Anyone here wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll go to council. Do we have a motion? Motion by Councilman Hurst, second by Councilwoman Coleman. Councilwoman Rocca. Councilman Hudson.
Is there somebody here from Health and Human Services that can talk about this item? So my question is, there's a part in the agenda space request where it talks about contingent upon written approval from the Department of Health and Human Services to use facilities outside of the current scope and funding for Head Start. So explain that to me. Why are we going outside of the scope of Head Start?
Because what we're proposing here is to change the delivery service more diverse so that we can reach more children within our community. So we will not be they will not be serving Head Start children. Like we still be operating our Head Start program, but it will allow us to help those working families that go to work that need reduced rates for childcare. We're also working with the philanthropic community that will help serve additional kids at no charge. So this is going to be a diverse delivery on the same campus as a Head Start, but not utilizing Head Start funding.
What will be the funding mechanism for operation?
There will be some paying customers, and then there will be some customers which are receiving child care assistance, and then there will be some philanthropic dollars.
When you say child care assistance, what's the funding source for that?
State.
So there's no city, parish, local dollars
None at
going to
all.
subsidize
None
child
at
care.
all.
Just Head Start dollars would be doing that.
Not Head Start dollars. Head Start dollars won't be doing none of it. The Head Start dollars will just be serving Head Start children. This is a diverse delivery.
I got you.
Right?
Okay, thank you. That answers the question.
Councilwoman Banks.
This, and it does sound like it's going to be a private-public endeavor. Is that basically what it sums up to be?
Exactly.
Okay, and I noticed, I think progress number 1 is open, but 2 isn't?
Right.
Okay, so is this going to be 2?
Yes, that allow us to use these unused facilities so that we
Okay.
can meet the pressing needs of child care services in our community. So we don't want to have any building not used when there's a need. And so this is a great partnership, private partnership with government so that we can extend the use to reach more kids that need child care services.
Okay, because now what age group again?
Well, through the partnership, they can do birth through 4-year-olds.
So
That's a
this-
service that we don't provide, and this partnership also will provide before and after school care, which we don't provide. So there's opportunities through this partnership that they can provide services that we don't provide, extending our ability as city government to reach all the kids that need these services.
Are they local, LaForce?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, private, public?
Private.
Privately owned?
Mhm.
Yeah,
It's a
good, you said
nonprofit.
private. Okay. Oh, it's a private nonprofit?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay, this sounds really good, but it does provide a little competition for other daycares. But I mean, there's well, everybody has a waiting list.
Right.
So not really, but I'm just saying it's new territory where you all are doing this.
It's new territory. It's an opportunity for us to meet the needs of our community because everybody won't qualify for Head Start services.
Right.
There are still people that go to work every day that need low-cost child care services that they can't afford. This is our opportunity to meet the needs of the greater community, not just the Head Start eligible.
Oh, this is great.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
It's been properly motioned second. Do we have any opposition? Item 128 carries. Item 129, authorizing Mayor President to execute a cooperative endeavor agreement with LaForce to use city parish-owned building at 1881 Progress Road to provide early childhood care at a waived or reduced rate and a total amount equal to or greater than the fair market lease value of $14,919 per month for a period of 5 years by the Office of Mayor President, Division of Human Development and Services. Anyone here wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll go to council. Motion by Councilman Hurst, Second by Councilwoman Coleman. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 130, authorizing Mayor President to execute a cooperative endeavor agreement with LaForce to use city parish-owned building at the 1919 North Christie Drive to provide early childhood care at a waived or reduced rate in the total amount equal to or greater than the fair market lease value of $7,902 per month for a period of 5 years by Office of Mayor President and Division of Human Development and Services. Anyone here wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll go to council. Do we have a motion? Motion by Councilwoman Darazan, second by Councilwoman Coleman. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 131, amending Resolution 57399, creating an advisory committee to provide recommendations and guiding principles regarding the East Baton Rouge Parish Juvenile Court and the East Baton Rouge Parish Prison so as to extend the expiration period an additional 12 months from October 1st, 2024 by Councilman Darrell Hurst. Anyone here wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll go to council. Councilman Hurst? Do we have a motion to approve?
Motion to defer, because I didn't put this item up there. Thank you. Motion to defer for 30 days. Oh, this the extension, I'm sorry. Yes, I did put this one up here, I'm sorry. I did, I apologize. We're good, yes, I apologize. This is correct. Motion to approve, yes.
Motion to approve by Councilman
I'd like
Hurst,
to
second by
clarify the original
Councilwoman
motion.
Man,
Rowe.
I was zoned out, I thought I heard something else, I'm like, hold on,
Councilman
what is
Moak?
How long have we been in effect with this so far? 6 months or a year already?
Right at a year, man. We started in November of last year. We went on tours for about 4 months. Yeah, so, but we're at the finish line right now where we,
That's what I'm wondering is, I mean, we set these committees for X amount of time, and I'm just wondering, how long,
so
do we need the whole 12 months? Or if we set a shorter date, can we give a timeline to get the goal? I guess what I'm looking at is we need to make a decision on the parish prison now. And I don't know.
So let me explain something to y'all of why the timeline is needed.
Really quickly on my time.
Yeah, and that's
Please
fine.
do. Tell us all about it. Go ahead.
If we didn't have the previous timeline before, you would have opposition from everybody in the city of Baton Rouge. It took an education period. It took the tours. It took all of that kind of stuff to get the prison rights advocates on our side. It took us to go to other facilities to see what good looked like. We didn't just twiddle our thumbs. It took us time to bring in Baton Rouge Community College and workforce and all that kind of stuff to figure out what programs are. Now we're at the point where we're having public meetings, which are 5 public meetings, a vision session, which happened last night, which was pretty well attended, and 4 sessions, which one comes to Central, one comes to Zachary, one comes to Jones Creek, and one goes to Scotlandville Library Branch. And then we have a final presentation of what that design looks like in Goodwood. So once we have the design together, then it'll take a little time to determine what funding model. So we have to find, I mean, when's the last tour? I don't have it, the last stop. November 25th. And then after that, the design comes and we present the design to the people, maybe January, February of next year. No holidays, it kind of kills us. And then from there, we look at the funding model of public-private partnership or millage or whatever we decide to do. So it could be done by next summer. But if we miss that, we need a time for the task force to still come together to put it on the ballot, which will be in the fall if we had to go that route. So we will probably need the whole year. Because if we don't put it on the spring ballot, it has to go on the ballot, and then it has to go next fall. But are we at the finish line? Yeah, we are. And I thank you for your participation and comment on that committee, because you've done a great job, Aaron Moak.
Thank you. You're welcome. Anytime. Let me know.
Gina Locker has been present in the spirit and not in the body, but I want to thank her for that one as well.
Councilwoman Banks?
Would Dante, please? I don't know if this is the same committee, but I saw something where the mayor has something as it relates to the jail and Grace EBR. Is this something different?
No, ma'am. That actually is something that came about throughout the course of this committee. So to the councilman's point, the idea was to get as much public input and education as humanly possible. And I can offer as much information as you'd like. My colleague Julie has been our primary point of contact from our office on this, but yeah, these are the same
Oh, yeah,
things. So
I
the
was
mayor's
just
office has
asking, yeah.
been dialed in with Councilman Hurst and this committee to make sure. So all this is going on in sync.
Okay, yeah, that's what I was checking out. The first person who mentioned it was Grace Abear about 10 years ago. So he's been wanting and had me visit, I think, in Jefferson Parish before. And so I am glad that it's moving because it was hard to get it in sync like what it is now. So great.
Understood.
Thank
Yes,
you.
ma'am.
Okay. So we had a motion by Councilman Hurst.
This is my motion.
Second by
to approve that.
Councilwoman Rocca. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 132, to urge and request city parish government of East Baton Rouge Parish to name a portion of the building or room at the Charles R. Kelly Community Center located at 3535 Riley Street in honor of Judge Wilson O. Fields by Councilman Darrell Hurst. Anyone here wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll go to council. Councilman Hurst.
Motion to approve with amendment to reflect the correct name and the title, which is Wilson E. Fields, not Wilson O. Fields. It is. The rest of the body is correct, just the title.
Is there a second? Second by Councilwoman Rocca. Councilwoman Banks.
What specific room? I remember the Matthews I had accessed.
So we're going to do two of them at one time. So it's going to be Fields Foyer and Matthews Multipurpose Room.
Okay, thank you.
And so we'll do that. If approved tonight, October 10th, and I want to invite the whole council to come and celebrate with us.
October 10th.
And Aaron gets stall number 3.
What time?
6 o'clock. And I will say that this was started by Councilwoman Banks, so thank you.
Councilwoman Adams.
I just want to say, when I first read this item, I really felt like it ran in opposition to state law. I understand that naming a room or something inside doesn't meet the letter of the state law, but I do have concerns about naming even parts of public buildings after people who are still alive. I have, this is not a comment on Wilson Fields. I knew him in college, and I don't know Johnny Matthews, but I do have a concern. I feel like it violates kind of the spirit of what was intended by the state law. So,
Councilman Moak.
Do we have to have an ordinance to name a room, or can the council member just designate the room as such and such? What happens when the next council member comes in? Do they have to go through, if they want to do a name change of each individual room? The building's named already. Do we have to do an ordinance for each room?
I'm not familiar with the process for naming individual rooms inside city parish buildings.
Does anybody have that? Parish attorney?
If I speak on it, Aaron?
One second. Let's get our amazingly awesome parish attorney up here to see if he has any comments on it. Or the amazingly awesome assistant parish attorney.
Yes.
So, do we need ordinance to name a room inside of a public building? And I guess it would take let's say the next council member comes along and says either they didn't like that person, or it's, they wanted the room named after somebody else. Does it have to go back through ordinance to do that? Or can the council member that's presiding and in charge of that facility just designate the room as such and such name?
So based on the research I've done on this particular issue, I haven't found where a room or a portion of the building has been named, but I have found where a building has been named, and certainly, as you all know, Roar Square was named in the same fashion by resolution. So not ordinance, a resolution. I don't know if that makes a difference to the answer that you're looking for.
Okay. And look, Councilman Hurst, I know we've talked about this. It's your community center at the moment. I get it. But, I mean, instead of setting this in ordinance, would you feel better about doing it by resolution?
Resolution has been common practice.
Yeah, I did it as a common practice, but what I will say is this. I would hate, there's so many other rooms and so many, even in that same building, that could still be named if one were to come in. Let me tell you a little history. So Judge John L. Matthews, her husband is Johnny Matthews. He actually put the funding up to build the building.
Okay.
So that's why I'm doing it. Wilson was the first one to take hold of the building and do some amazing stuff in the district. But I want it to stick. I don't want it to change. I would want it to come before the body to have to be undone from a resolution standpoint, not just somebody coming in and take a picture off the wall. I think it would be embarrassing for me to name stall number 3 Aaron Moak, and then I say that jokingly, but seriously,
that's fine.
And then come back years later and change it because my grandmother didn't like your grandfather or whatever it was. My personal issues get in the way of the purpose of what we're doing this for. And so I just ask for the support of the council. And one of the things I want to address with Lord, I know I'm on your time, but I believe it's germane to you as well, is that I have a little different. I know the law says you can't name a building unless someone is deceased, but not a particular room. And I believe in giving people flowers while they're living. I don't want to celebrate them when they're 10 feet under or 7 feet under or 5 feet under. I want them to be a part of the celebration, their family, so that they can see the impact that they've made and are still making. And this is a part of their time in history. May not be the last part of their journey, but this is a time where they were recognized for their contributions to society and specifically District 5.
And I appreciate the intent. I think you probably have great respect for both of these people. I personally don't know them. Their history that you just said and everything else, it just concerns me that by setting these, we want to just come up with a whole list and we'll just go ahead and do all the other rooms also, or it's a public building that you're in charge of for X amount of time, 4 years or 12 years. And everybody has different opinions on what they want to do with the building, how they're going to use the building, and so on and so forth. And like I said, these people may be great, and it's your building, but I just feel more comfortable as resolution. Kind of the same thing like when the mayor does executive orders. Those things are in place during their term, and that they're there, and they can be continued. They don't have to go away. But it's kind of the same thing with this here. You still accomplish the same goal. And I'm just looking at the position as a whole in the future and anything else. Thank you.
Councilman Hurst.
So I just have one additional point. What I'm doing now, you can have my time, you want some more? No, this is consistent with what's happened prior to me being there. So one multi-purpose room is named after Ronnie Edwards, former council member. The building is named after Charles Kelly, former council member. Yeah. Yeah, I don't. That part I don't know. I don't think we looked that part of it up.
I can find out.
Yeah, but the bottom line is that the rooms in the building have been consistently named after the former council members that have served in that building as a district office, and that's all I'm doing. I'm not doing anything different. These guys in their 70s, Johnny Matthews is, and Wilson Fields, he's in the 60s. Late 50s, early 50s, but this is just consistent in how the rest of the building has been named. So I'm not doing anything different. Yeah, you go ahead. Yeah, of course.
And following on what you just said right there with that, I think it would behoove us to find out that room that is named in there, how it was done, and out of respect, I don't doubt that other people would do it forward, but by doing it by ordinance, it's just I think resolution, or let's at least find out how that room was done, and out of respect, and doing it that same way with the others.
Ronnie, so here's the deal. The good thing about an ordinance is like any law, it can always be changed. So from a resolution standpoint, we can always come in here and undo it the same way. If somebody says for a specific reason, I believe that we need to remove this person's name from the wall, it can always be done. So, but what it does is it protects the personal issues from getting in the way of obstructing what the positivity of it is based on someone's personal opinion or past history. It makes it all about the business. I don't have any history with Wilson or Johnny Matthews. It's all about their record and respecting and reflecting on what they've done to make the city of Baton Rouge and East Baton Rouge Parish better. So I ask to proceed with the motion to approve.
Just a reminder, y'all, we do have 2 reports at the end of the meeting, one of which people flew in for to give us, so just giving y'all a heads up, we may have to extend. Councilman Dunn Jr.?
Thank you. I'll be brief. I just wanted to offer a point of information or a point of clarity. We do have other community centers or other city parish facilities that have rooms named after individuals. This is not the first. Darryl mentioned, Councilman Hurst mentioned the Ronnie Edwards room at the Charles R. Kelly, but there's also the Jerry Johnson room at MLK that I'm aware of, and there may be some others, so this is not the first. No. I don't know if they by resolution or ordinance, but I do know that their names are on the buildings. There was a ceremony on the rooms. There was a ceremony and things of that nature. I don't know if they were done by ordinance or resolution, but there are multiple community centers that have rooms named after individuals.
All right, we have a motion by Councilman Hurst, second by Councilwoman Rocca. Any opposition? By all means.
Substitute motion. Okay. I would like to make a substitute motion to defer this to the next meeting.
Okay. Do we have a second to defer to the next meeting?
Of how these rooms were named.
Do we have a second? No second. We're going to vote on the original motion. Oh, you're going to second? Second. Okay. We have a substitute motion. We're going to vote on the substitute motion. Let's vote on machines.
Machines are open on the substitute motion to defer till October 9th. Motion fails.
I'll vote on the original motion. Is there any opposition to approval? 1, 2. We'll vote on the machines.
Machines are open on the motion to approve. Motion carries.
Item 133, to urge and request City Parish Government of East Baton Rouge Parish to name a portion of the building or room at the Charles R. Kelly Community Center at 3535 Raleigh Street in honor of Attorney Johnny Matthews by Councilman Darrell Hurst. Anyone here wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll go to council. We have a motion. Motion by Councilman Hurst, second by Councilwoman Rocca. Any opposed? We have 2 opposition. Let's vote on the machines.
Machines are open on the motion to approve item 133.
Motion fails.
Let's reset it.
Oh, we get a do-over.
Councilwoman Banks, Councilwoman Darazan. We're going to vote on the motion to approve item 133. Machines are open. Yes, ma'am. Motion carries.
We're going to take items 134 through 153 together. Adjudicated properties. Lot 62, Square 11, Subdivision, South Baton Rouge, Metro Council District 10, Coleman. High bidder, TD Real Estate Group, $100. Lot 66, Square 11, Subdivision, South Baton Rouge, Metro Council 10, Coleman. High bidder, Felicia Matthews, $200. Lot 26, Square 11, Subdivision, South Baton Rouge, Metro Council District 10, Coleman. High bidder, TD Real Estate Group, $100. Lot 50, Square 11, Subdivision, South Baton Rouge, Metro Council District 10, Coleman. high bidder TD Real Estate Group, $100. Lot 33, Square 10, subdivision South Baton Rouge, Council District 10, Coleman, high bidder TD Real Estate Group, $100. Lot 45, Square 10, subdivision South Baton Rouge, Metro Council District 10, Coleman, high bidder Felicia Matthews, $200. Lot 43, Square 10, subdivision South Baton Rouge, Metro Council District 10, Coleman, high bidder Felicia Matthews, $200. Lot 31, Square 29, subdivision Greenville Extension, Council District 7, Darazan, high bidder Day One Auto Sales LLC, $100. Lot 32, Square 29, subdivision Greenville Extension, Metro Council District 7, Darazan, high bidder Day One Auto Sales LLC, $100. Lot 15, Square 5, subdivision Valley Park Annex, Metro Council District 12, Rocca, high bidder Wilford L. Beal, $10,200. Lot 4, Square 8, subdivision Valley Park, Metro Council District 12, Rocca, high bidder Clark Family Homes LLC, $14,000. Lot 10A, Square 273, subdivision Swart, Metro Council District 10, Coleman, high bidder Mayhem Construction, $10,000. Lot 18, subdivision Brookstown, Metro Council District 7, Darazan, high bidder Prosperity Realty LLC, $20,000. Lot 15, Square 32, subdivision South Baton Rouge, Council District 10, Coleman, high bidder John D. Farmer, $600. Lot 32, Square 11, subdivision South Baton Rouge, Council District 10, Coleman, high bidder Eugene McNeely, $500. Lot 55, Square 12, subdivision South Baton Rouge, Council District 10, Coleman, high bidder Marlise Kemp, $200. Lot 37, Square 16, subdivision Eden Park, Council District 7, Darazan, high bidder Henry Thompson, $13,100. Lot 21, subdivision Pettit Place, District 2, Banks, high bidder Byron Jones, $20,100. Lot 169, subdivision Village Cote, District 4, Moak, high bidder Joseph Cascio, $100. Lot 78, Square 1, subdivision Progress Park, Council District 7, Darazan, Motor owned. We have a public hearing, items 134 to 153. Anyone here wishing to speak on these items? Seeing none, we'll go to council. We have a motion.
I'd like to make a motion for all except number 147.
Delete or defer 147?
We can defer 147 to the next meeting.
We have a motion to approve items 134 through 153 with the exception of item 147, which will be deferred till next meeting. We have a second. Second by Councilwoman Amorosa. Any opposed? Motion carries. Let's go to administrative matters. Where's mine? Authorizing Mayor President on behalf of the Baton Rouge Police Department to enter into a professional services contract with Motorola Solutions, Inc. for the annual subscription cost of the Command Central Aware program. The estimated compensation of the agreement will not exceed $63,860 annually and not exceed $319,300 over the 5-year life of the subscription by the police chief. Reason the items being requested as an administrative matter in order to take advantage of a significant cost savings of the contract. It needs to be executed by October 20th, 2024. Do we have a motion to waive the rules and allow items to be introduced? Motion by Councilman Dunn Jr., second by Councilwoman Adams. Any opposed? Motion carries. Oh, I apologize. Public hearing on the motion to waive the rules. Anyone here wishing to speak on this? Seeing none, council. Motion by Councilman Dunn Jr., second by Councilwoman Adams. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item's been introduced. Go to appointments. Brownsfield Fire, Volunteer Fire Civil Service Board, consideration of reappointing or replacing Todd Campbell, whose term expires on September 29th, 2024. This is a 3-year term. Current ballot, Todd Campbell requesting reappointment. Anyone here wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none, we'll go to council. Motion to reappoint by Councilwoman Amorosa, second by Councilwoman Coleman. Any opposed? Motion carries. Volunteer Fire District Board of Commissioners, Fire District 6, Hooper Road, consideration of reappointing or replacing Stanley Pullman, whose term expires on September 24th, 2024. This is a 2-year term. Current ballot, Stanley Pullman. Anyone here wishing to speak on this item? Seeing none, go to council. Motion by Councilman Hurst, second by Councilwoman Rocca. Any opposed? Stanley Pullman, reappointed. All right. Yeah. We have a motion to extend the meeting 30 minutes. We have a second. Second by Councilwoman Coleman. Any opposed? Motion carries. Item 156, receiving a report from the Administration and Department of Human Resources on the city parish pay study by Councilman Hurst. Yeah, we're going to have the report, and then we'll have a public hearing afterwards.
Right, good evening. Hello. Human Resources contracted with Management Advisory Group. It's better. Human Resources contracted with Management Advisory Group to complete a total compensation study and a job specification revision on all city parish classifications. Our lead consultant with MAG, Dr. Russell Campbell, is here to provide a brief overview of the study.
Good evening, Mayor Pro Tem, members of council, Dr. Russell Campbell. I'm Senior Vice President with Management Advisory Group. What I'd like to do is give you a brief overview of the study in terms of the methodology and process that was used to put the report together, as well as the findings and recommendations. The comprehensive report has been delivered to Human Resources, as well as an executive summary. I think the comprehensive report is about 600 pages, but there's a 12-page executive summary that provides the meat and bones of the study. Could you flip next slide, please? Just briefly, we've been in business for 25 years. We're headquartered outside of Washington, D.C. in Fairfax, Virginia. We specialize in working for government entities, municipalities, counties, public safety, and public utilities. We've done work previously in the state of Louisiana, New Orleans, St. Tammany Schools, St. Tammany Parish, Hammond, Alexandra, as well as several other organizations within the state. Next slide. The study was designed to capture job information from the employees by way of a job questionnaire, which each employee completed or given the opportunity to complete online. The study establishes the internal relationship in terms of valuing the positions based on duties, responsibilities, and the education experience needed for the positions. We also conducted an extensive market survey to look to see what was being paid in terms of job values for similar jobs in other jurisdictions. And we provided different implementation models to assist the city with implementation. And the structure that we have put in place will allow and accommodate new positions in the future, as well as reclassification of existing positions. Next slide. Study was not designed to look at staffing levels, to restructure, reorganize any departments, evaluate performance, guarantee salary increases, or recommend any decreases. Even if we found someone whose current pay is over the maximum value that we've dedicated for their position, we would not make any recommendations to reduce their salary. This study is about the value of the job, not the value of the person. Next slide. In terms of scope of work, there were over 625 jobs in the study. We also looked at the benefits package of the city parish, as well as identified other issues such as salary compression, looking to identify ways to improve salary growth, as well as the internal-external relationships that I talked about. Next slide. This is the timeline that's associated with the project. It was a 180-day project. The initial contract was signed December 23rd, 2023. We issued a kickoff letter which detailed different types of information we needed to get the study started. Specifically, we requested an Excel data file with all the employee information, which we initially received in mid-January. After some back and forth to finalize it, to correct some information, that was uploaded into our database around February the 7th. And the final report was issued August the 7th, which is exactly 180 days from when we formally got started on February the 7th. There's one remaining item that we have to provide to the city parish, and that is the job specifications or job descriptions. We had initially provided them, but after consulting with HR, they require some additional information to be added to them. So we are in the process of finishing it up. We should have those to them next week. Next slide. In order to establish the value of the jobs, it's a two-stage process. The first process is to establish the hierarchical relationship or internal equity, as we call it, by grading the jobs based on the job factor or criteria you see in front of you. There's 14 of those. We look at everything from data that the employees work with to how they exercise judgment, their people responsibility in terms of supervision, how complex the job is, asset or finance responsibility, impact of decision-making, education, experience, equipment utilized, physical requirements, communication, math or statistical requirements, unavoidable hazards, safety of others. My job as a consultant is to grade the jobs on a scale, a difficulty scale of 1 to 10 in each one of those categories. And as I do that, the software application produces a report that shows me, based on the overall quantitative point score in descending order, shows me the most complex position based on quantitative point score, and then in descending order to the least complex job based on the lowest quantitative point score of the process. Next slide. So the second step, or the second part of the process, is to collect wage and salary information from other peer organizations. What you'll see on the screen now are the organizations that were mutually agreed upon by the company and the committee that were steering this particular project. The vast majority of the organizations are in Louisiana and the surrounding states. We also looked outside of the state. We were looking at other organizations that had similar characteristics, such as they were combined city, county, or city parish organizations. Other organizations, for example, that were considered university towns had multiple higher education institutions within their borders. And then the last item there says ONET, which is where we get our private sector data from. So any jobs that existed in the city parish, we were able to find pay information of comparable jobs in the private sector. So in a nutshell, in order to do this, and it's not unique to our company or me as a consultant, you've got to grade the jobs based on the job factor criteria. You've got to collect market data on the average annual value of the positions that exist similar in other organizations. And then we use inferential statistical analysis known as linear regression to create the new salary schedules. And then we go through a host of costing gyrations to determine the financial impact by department, by individual employee, and the organization as a whole. Next slide, please. We created 3 different pay plans for the organization. We created one for fire, police, and then any employee whose position was not in fire or police were assigned to a pay plan known as the Unified Plan, which is the largest plan. It has the most people and the most diverse group of jobs in it. When we built the study, we included a 3.5% cost of living adjustment for every employee. So everyone gets that baseline of 3.5, and then we build upward from there based on the relationship between their existing salary and the pay range that we've assigned to their particular pay grade and position. To implement the results for the fire plan is $3.9 million, which represents an increase in payroll of 11.7%. The 11.7% does not include fringe benefits costs. That's direct salary. $3.9 million to implement the fire plan. There are 632 positions, or 612 positions within the fire plan. Next slide, please. In the fire plan, there's a police plan. There's 798 positions. Also, we built in the 3.5% cost of living adjustment. The total cost to implement the study for the police is a $4.7 million, which is an increase to current payroll of 11.2%, and that does not include benefits costs as well. Next slide. The final plan is the Unified Plan, which is the largest group. There are 3,018 positions or people in that plan. They also get the 3.5% cost of living adjustment. The total cost of that plan is $11.4 million, which increases payroll by 8.8%. Next slide. And in total, in order to implement the study, which had a total of 4,428 positions or people in it, The total cost to implement the study is $20,255,775, which represents a 9.8% increase to current payroll. And again, this does not include the cost of fringe benefits. A couple of common anecdotal comments. The current pay scales of the city parish are woefully low and significantly behind the marketplace. There are some people that are currently employed with the city parish that are making a little over $10 an hour. This would move the lowest level jobs to about $13 an hour. All right? And next slide. Some additional comments. When we started the study, the city parish was at the 45th percentile among the peers. In compensation consulting and compensation in general, you cannot operate effectively at the 45th percentile. As evidenced by Human Resources, they have statistics that show that some jobs are posted for months on end. Just don't get qualified people who are willing to apply. Even if they know you're willing to negotiate, the salary scales are so far behind, most people feel you're not going to negotiate to that degree. So oftentimes jobs have to be reposted, or what happens is the organization winds up hiring someone that's not completely qualified, but hoping to train and develop them. Based on the results of the study that we put together, it moves you to the 65th percentile, which significantly will improve recruitment and retention in the organization. The city is quickly becoming a training ground for individuals that come in, they get their experience, and then they move on to greener pastures based on pay. And so it is a difficult situation. The HR department has done a really good job of trying to put Band-Aids on what can only be described as a gushing wound at this point. They've tried to increase hiring rates for some jobs, about 50 or 60 jobs. But when you do that, you create disparities internally because other jobs rates aren't being increased. So it really compounds the situation. One of the biggest problems in this organization is the cost of your fringe benefits. Your overall benefits package is very good. You're in line with the market in every matrix in terms of benefits. But it is your pension plans that are a cause for significant concern. In the public sector, the average fringe benefit costs are around 33 to 38%. Your fringe benefit costs are 75%. Average 33 to 38, yours are at 75%. So if I'm a $20,000 a year employee.
Start that part back over one more time for me.
Okay.
Just to begin it.
The average governmental fringe benefit costs range from 33 to 38% on average. Your fringe benefit costs are 75%. So if I'm a $20,000 a year employee, not only is the city paying me $20,000 in salary, but you've got to pay another 75% of the $20,000 to cover my fringe benefits. I've been doing this for 25 years. I've done 300 of these studies around the country. I've never seen fringe benefit costs to that level. Your pension plans are very, very generous, but unsustainable. You're not going to be able to sustain that indefinitely without either massive tax increases or some other revenue source. You're just not. And so that's something that you definitely need to look at. I do know we recommended early on in the process, and the city did move forward and issued an RFP to have a firm that specializes in benefit development and actuarial accounting staff to come in and look at to see how long can you continue to afford such a luxurious pension plans, as well as to look to see about maybe reconstituting some of your benefits, primarily the pension plan, going forward. And so I think that process is underway. HR and Dante can speak more to that than I can. Next slide. I just said the city parish has hired a firm that specializes in benefits to come in and take a look at that, the current service offerings to see what can be done going forward. Also, we think the city would benefit greatly from hiring someone to come in and do an operational review top to bottom of every department and every function in this local government. Just in a short time I've been here, and I've been an assistant city manager, and I've worked in some large cities San Bernardino County that probably has 10,000 people, as well as cities in Texas and Florida that are 4 or 5 times the size of this organization. There are some duplication of effort. There's some inefficient processes. There is limited use of technology to minimize staffing. And so I think in light of what's happening with the newly created city that's coming on board, it would behoove the organization to take a look at the organization as it presently stands to see if it's sustainable, to see if operations can be improved, streamlined going forward. It looks like things have been sort of changed incrementally, but sometimes if you're familiar with budgeting, you know that zero-based budgeting is considered the ideal approach to budgeting, wherever you start from zero and justify your programs. What I'm saying in terms of operations and how the city parish operates, you need to have someone come in and look at it from the ground up to see how it can be reconstituted in light of what is probably going to be some changes in your revenue once that new city comes on board. I've seen this situation in Georgia multiple times. Next slide. I apologize for going through this rather quickly, but I've been sitting here for 4.5 hours. I've kind of had enough, to be quite frank. And so, like I said, we provided the comprehensive report. We provided an executive summary. We're always available. I'm always available if there are any questions or anything that needs to be discussed. But there's a lot of heavy lifting to be done here. Your salaries are abysmal, and I'm saying that nicely, abysmal. You're not going to be able to hire the type of people you need when you look at local government and the diversity of jobs that exist in local government. You're not going to be able to hire competent, qualified people on the salaries that you currently have. You're going to continue to hire people that are marginally qualified and hope that you can train them and develop them. But then when you do, somebody else is going to take them because the salaries are so low. I'll be happy to address some questions.
So we're gonna have a public hearing, and then we'll come to the council, and I'm sure they'll have questions. Anyone here wishing to speak on this item? And now we'll go to council. Councilman Hudson.
Thank you for that report. That was thorough and well received. You talked a lot about the fringe benefits, that 75% number. Break that down between insurance costs and
I can't do that. You'd have to get that from HR. I did not go into that level of detail and breaking it out. And I certainly weren't prepared to do that for this meeting. Okay. But that information already exists in HR, and I can provide it to you.
Let me just ask this. Do you feel like the bulk of that expense is in the pension and not in insurance?
Most of it's in pensions.
Most of it's in pensions, okay. You gave a figure, just for example, on police pay of $4.7 million for implementation. Mm-hmm. Taking that figure, what would be the starting pay? Because in your report, I see low end, average, and high end. If we were to fund additional $4.7 million to police, what would we be able to have as our starting police pay?
Well, for someone that didn't have any experience, they just came out of the academy, the minimum that we provided would be the starting pay. For someone who's already certified, maybe coming from another jurisdiction, the chief, whoever, the hiring manager would negotiate where they would fall within the pay range. But every job is assigned to a grade. Every grade has a salary range. A minimum, which is indicative of the starting salary or entry level, the midpoint, which is indicative of the market average, and then the maximum is considered the top value of the job at this point in time. So police does have a minimum salary level.
So
she has.
Based off the proposed pay schedule for police officers, the incoming or the starting salary is proposed at $52,657.
Okay, and then that number below it that I'm seeing, that's our current level, 36,345?
Our current level for our police officer is at $40,906.
Gotcha. All right. So under that plan, $52,657 would be the starting police pay?
Yes.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate it.
Councilman Moak.
Thank you. Real quick, we mentioned the fire plan, and several council, well, a while back, it's going to be on the ballot this go around. They have a ballot initiative for a property millage strictly to increase their pay.
So I've heard.
dedicated to that. Was that too late in the game when we approved that to be on the ballot, to be in this report? Or how much they would, you talk about it's $9 million.
That is not factored into the study.
So that would reduce down.
It would.
Some.
You have to rerun the numbers.
Okay. And that's easy, I'm sure that's easily done in y'all's matrix
Yes.
once we do that. Okay.
Yes.
And we got 9 million shortfall for fire, 4 million for police. Why did we not, in a lot of these things, why do we not include the fringe benefits or the include benefits in the, how much we would, I guess what I'm trying to, you said we need to be around $20 million shortfall to increase all these pays. Why would we not include the benefits to get a total number of what we would actually need?
Because compensation comes in two forms. There's direct compensation, which is salary, and then there's indirect compensation, which is benefits.
Okay, so
we were tasked with
essentially what we could do is take the $20 million and do 75% of that.
That would be an internal decision.
And that's how much we would need to actually make up to do a complete.
I wouldn't advise
no?
that.
The 75% has the health insurance in it, so you would just do retirement, Social Security, Medicare, and OPEB, and that's 58%.
So we have the numbers to figure that out.
17 is the health insurance of the 75.
Okay, so we have the numbers to figure that out, the total that we would need to come up with.
32 million.
Okay, thank you for that. See? All right, last thing is, we talk about the percentage of benefits or pension and so on and so forth. How much, if we have these numbers, great. If anybody can answer it, how much, if we realign our benefits packages and stuff to where they should be normally instead of exorbitantly that they are, then that reduces that 32 million?
That's a finance question.
So we
I guess it would
have,
offset each other.
well, we have looked into that, and I think we had all made a commitment to y'all last budget year that we would look into reducing our cost and benefits as they currently are and our unfunded liabilities. We had some legal opinions drawn up, and our problem is that you can't, the way our ordinances are written and that people sign contracts, you cannot change benefits for people. Let's say you can change the benefit for someone hired tomorrow, but not anyone hired today and previous. So therefore, this causes a financial kind of upside down because you've still got to pay that retirement for people, and I'll just use me, me and the people hired before me. So where you made the people who, you're still going to have to fund that retirement cost. So maybe it's 58% today, but after you did that effect, it might be 80%. So the true savings might not be there.
Okay.
Does that make sense? Yeah, go ahead. Thank you. Because he does.
The typical way this is handled in local government is that you've taken step one, you've hired an expert that specializes in benefits plan development. And so whatever they come back with, you decide to adopt it. Generally, those that are already employed would be grandfathered in. You'd set a cutoff date where new employees would come under the new plan. Right. But those that are already here, they would be grandfathered in. That's generally how it's done in local government. Otherwise, you're going to wind up in litigation.
Okay. All right. Again, great report. Very eye-opening. Thank you very much.
Anybody else?
Councilman Hurst.
Thank you again for presenting tonight. Thank y'all for adopting the pay study and showing where we should be versus where we are. I do have, my first question is, when I initially asked that this be done, one of the things I want to consider was how we compete in the marketplace. And what I mean by that is an electrician for the city versus an electrician for Exxon, right? So did we take that into consideration to understand some middle ground between public and private pay? Because we're still competing for the limited workforce.
As I said during the presentation, you're at the 45th percentile of the market. We're moving you to the 65th percentile. At the 45th percentile, you can't compete with the private sector because you can't compete with some of the smaller local government jurisdictions that pay better.
And no disrespect, but that wasn't my question. I was asking, was it considered to look at?
And I answered your question. We looked at private sector and public sector.
Okay, I appreciate it. I did. Thank you so much. And then in terms of benefits, I know that we're still examining those benefits. Can you explain what's going on right now? Because I don't always understand what's going on. This is your department. But when I did the math historically, I looked at my legislative aide that was there before, total compensation. The time she was making 53, total compensation was 88.5. What I was trying to do, because I worked with AT&T for a number of years, and I saw we migrated away from pension. We had one of the largest pension systems in the country. And there was an option for 401k only for new hires. There was a pension and 401k hybrid. And then there was a pension only if people wanted to stay grandfathered in. So is that something that we can offer so that we can limit the amount of investment that we have to make and take some of that weight off of the system, which would allow them to pay more? And the reason why I asked that question is because our people are retiring poor. And a couple of years down the road, unless they're in a higher paying position within city parish, they're retiring and still having to get other jobs a few years down the road, not able to enjoy the fruits of their labor.
So one of the things that was recommended with this study is that we would have to bring in another consultant to extensively look at our benefits. And what was suggested, consider the 401k, what we're currently offering. This study did not encompass that, so there would be need to be a separate study.
Can somebody from the mayor's office come to the mic, please? Okay. This was explicitly talked about, that it had to be included, and that we would add dollar per hours as a part of the contract because it was not initially put in. So I sat outside in that same hall with Brian, and he said, well, Councilman, what we're going to do is we're going to include dollar per hour over the allocated amount that you could charge to do other things. So where do we drop the ball on this, man?
I'm not sure I'm understanding your question. When you say
there
dollar
was
per hour.
extensive. Can you please explain
I don't know
what I
what
mean by that? You want me to call Brian? I put my phone to the microphone.
I'm not trying to be funny. I genuinely don't understand the question.
So this was not included in the initial study. That's why I told Brian, I didn't give you this idea, because y'all didn't come up with it. I didn't give you this idea to not do the full study. It makes no sense to tell people what they should make when you can't pay them. So that should have been included in the initial study. I want to thank the firemen for doing the millage, because the goalpost is moving, just like you told me 1,000 times. So I hope your millage goes through, because this is ridiculous. I asked, it should have been done in July, which included the benefits, so that we could use the benefits to see if there was monies left in there to offset some of the costs of the $20 million, $32 million that we need to make up by restructuring benefits and offering other options. So the fact that it's not included right now is asinine.
But I think that's what Angie was trying to articulate, is that we can't adjust the benefits for people that are already here. You can only do it going
which is
forward.
what I asked for, man. You can do the study. I got an email to the mayor, you, Angie, everybody else, Brian, to make sure the benefits were included. This is a waste of everybody's time, man. Thank you.
Councilwoman Rocca.
Everyone, thank you so much for being here tonight. And sir, I'm sorry I did not catch your name, but I do, Mr. Russell, I want to tell you, in my former previous career, I've participated in compensation studies at 20, 30, 40, 50 for private and public entities. And your presentation tonight and how incredibly thorough you are is just incredibly impressive. I've not seen anything so compact, so presented so quickly, so eloquently. So thank you so much for this vast amount of information. And Angie and our HR team and Mr. Bidwell, I understand that all of these things cannot be looked in a vacuum and you have to build upon the information. I also understand that you currently have people in place that can look at those numbers and figure out those things. And I think I'll take some time to explain that to Councilman Hurst later about how that information, now that we've gathered those numbers, that information can be backed out, and it's going to be very simple based upon his excellent work that he's done to be able to make those evaluations. So, yes,
Go ahead.
sir.
I just wanted to make one last comment in line with what Councilman Hurst was talking about. We did a comparative analysis of the benefits to see what was being offered by the peers versus what you're currently offering. our results show that you're offering virtually everything the peers are offering. The piece that Mr. Hurst is alluding to is the costing piece. We're not actuaries. So you're going to have someone to come in who's an actuary that can look at the cost going forward to see at what point there's a breaking point, and then also can redesign your benefits package to create a 401k or a 457. So we did review benefits from a comparative standpoint, but the costing aspect of it, that's a specialized skill that requires someone with that expertise.
Yes, sir. I absolutely understand that, and thank you for explaining that for our group. I think that's very important to note. But the one question that I had, and it's basically based on your professional opinion on what you're seeing with regard to trends, just so we understand people coming in and the differences in generations. Are the younger generations looking for that robust benefit package, or are they looking for more pay?
No, and I've got two millennials, daughters. They are concerned about what the annual salary is. Okay. Millennials tend to focus on pay, time off, and what else can I get in terms of work-life balance.
Yes, sir. And I figured that was going to be your answer, but I wanted to share that with my colleagues because generationally speaking, people's interests have changed. People don't stay with companies for 20 years now, and can you tell us a little bit about how people move throughout positions and they don't really, what that looks like and the trend looks like currently?
The average person in their lifetime will probably change jobs 7, 8, maybe 9 times. Where 20 years ago, 25 years ago, they may change jobs 3 times, 4 at the max. And so generationally speaking, the view of employment has changed significantly. Where I'm in my early 50s, and so I was raised that you work, and then eventually you retire. Where now the mindset is, I'll work as long as I like the pay, I like the environment, but when I get to the point where I don't like the pay or I don't like the environment, I'll just find another job. That's the mentality that we see now.
And I understand that we can't take a benefit from anyone or we can't alter that, and it's a grandfathered process. But based upon what you see with the numbers that you evaluated, would it be fair to say that our system currently, our system of pay, our benefit system is somewhat antiquated?
It's broken.
Thank you. Thank you, sir. I really appreciate you. And this is an amazing report. I really, really appreciate it.
Councilman Hurst.
Yeah, so I understand 100% what she's saying. Can I have HR come to the mic, please? Was there an ability to do a simultaneous pay study to see what options would be available for benefits packages while we were breaking down the salaries?
It wouldn't be the best option to run it simultaneously. We would need the information from this salary survey and then come in and do a separate analysis of our benefits from the perspective that you're looking for.
And I'll receive that if the initial date of May to June, which I have on my email right here, was adhered to. But again, the goalpost keeps moving. And I sent this to Paul. I'm trying to find the responses, which I will get to here.
4 minutes.
That's fine, I'll tell you. All right, I'll read this first one. Paul, pay study without consolidation does not allow us to effectively close the gaps in our workforce. If we don't want to ask for millages unless necessary, then the two options that make the most sense are to consolidate positions and or attend reconstruct the pension. An example is I pay my $853,000, but a total compensation $88,548. In the corporate world, 6% match on 401k would be about $3,180. And on the high end of benefits will be about $12,000 for a total compensation around $68,180. This will leave $20,368.98 on the table to put towards compensation. If we keep the same retirement plan as is, consolidation of vacant positions is the only way that we can get the increase without going for a millage, high millage based on previous numbers. Can we pull our RP back and add consolidations? This is a discussion. So I know that you weren't the director at the time, and I know everybody's jumping in now, and I appreciate the council for supporting the efforts to put this together. But there were specific things that were asked about consolidation of positions. Number one is because you talked about duplication earlier. All right, you leveraging technology, which was already asked in there, whether we use it or not. And then number two, was, I'm trying to find another one, but the other one, what it was about, the study, and the response is that that's why we added the additional monies on there for dollar per hour, anything over what you currently have. I believe it was 200-300 hours, something like that. Because the amount came in under what we'd expected, about 300,000. Then y'all were 100-something thousand, and that the monies left over could be charged dollar per hour to do this, not additional contracts. So look, I know that you are picked, that you got handed the baton, but this is.
Yeah, I mean, I hear your concerns about the benefits. The salary data that was provided did represent a compression of some of the classes. So if you go through, I mean, it's a big report, but it does represent a condensed classifications as was requested.
And then I also asked, has James Mack been a part of this as well?
No.
I have an email on 5/7 that goes to Dante Bidwell, Sharon Weston Broom, Linda Hunt, Brian Bernard, and everybody in my office that says, should we include James Mack with the retirement system in this conversation if we plan on potentially altering it to better service our city employees? So this is where the frustration comes in. My answer was that he was included. So somebody lied.
To my knowledge, he has not been included.
Thank you for your time.
Conversations.
Councilman Hudson.
I just wanted to request real quick, can we get copies of your slides in addition to the study?
They're already here.
Okay, thank you.
Councilman Dunn Jr.
Thank you. Let me first say, Mr. Campbell, Ms. Pearson, even Mr. Bernard in his absence, thank you guys for your work. As my colleagues mentioned, the report was very thorough, cleared up a lot of things for us. Thank you to the staff, the administration, finance, everybody. And also thank you to Councilman Hurst for, really pushing this issue and asking for this study. What I think you hear from him is some of his frustrations with some of his expectations. Looked like there was some miscommunication that took place as it relates to his expectations. But what I would impress upon him and everybody else that is all not for nothing. We made some strides here. I do think he anticipated being at a finish line at this point, but some good information, good data was presented. One question, Ms. Pearson, that additional component, even Mr. Campbell, you may be able to offer some input on this. The additional component that he anticipated would be going on simultaneously, which, as you mentioned, would be better done after this information was presented. What is the realistic expectation once we take that next step to get this additional process completed?
So as Dr. Campbell mentioned, we would need an actuary to actually do that comprehensive process. So we would need to possibly go out for RFP to select someone to do that part of the study.
So we know internally how long an RFP takes for us, but I'm asking, once that process is completed, you or Mr. Campbell, what is a realistic timeline for that actuary to finish their work? And the reason I ask that question, because all of us have been anticipating this data, this information. We've had other departments come before us with their own plans, and some of them have been told to wait for this data and this information, this report. And, we would just kind of like to complete this process as soon as possible. So what is a realistic expectation?
Once someone's on board, about 60 days.
60 days? Okay. Administrator Dante, can you come to the mic?
Just a reminder, we have another report. We have 8 minutes left.
Yes, sir.
Whether these commitments were made or not, it was miscommunication. There's obviously an expectation for this next step to be done at some point. What is the administration's commitment to getting this RFP done and getting this process moving so we can start the clock on that 60 days to get it back, hopefully before the end of the year?
I think that we can, this is something that I'm going to have to discuss with the finance team, because we had not allocated any funding to do that study before the end of this year. So let us get back to you before the time this body meets next.
Any idea on what that additional component would cost?
I do not. I can't say.
Mr. Campbell, you got any idea?
80 to 100.
Okay. All right. Once it's been approved, the bids went out and accepted from RFP, say about 60 days. The other thing I want to mention, as we had some of these other departments come before us for their own, going through their own process and coming up with their own solution, one of the things they always asked of us, even once we get this data and get these numbers, how are we going to fund it? That's, even if you come up with the report today, tomorrow, the next day, it's always been, how are you going to fund it? But these other departments had a mechanism of how they could fund their department. Go ahead, Mr. Campbell.
Probably 75% of the governmental entities that we work for usually are able to fund the study the next fiscal year. However, about 25% of the organizations that we work for don't have the resources to do it in the upcoming fiscal year. So they stagger in or phase in the study. Generally speaking, if you're going to phase it in, you don't want to exceed a 3-year phase in, because by the time you got to the 3rd year, the market will have significantly moved forward and you'll be perpetually trying to catch up. So if you're going to phase it in, do a 2 or 3 year plan to phase it in.
So you've seen other municipalities, other cities phase in a gap of $20 to $30 million in 2 to 3 years.
Yes.
Okay.
Now that usually involves, as a matter of fact, I'm working with an entity now in Georgia where they're going through a similar thing. And so the first step was to demand that department directors slash budgets by, 18%. And then they looked at fees and reserves to make it up, and they're doing a 2-year implementation.
Thank you, sir.
Councilman Gode?
Dr. Campbell, did I hear you say, this way, did I hear you say, over here, to your right, hey, did I hear you say you were a city manager?
The guy was talking to me.
You were a city manager at one point?
That's right.
And are these the kinds of issues you would focus on as city manager? Improvement of the delivery of services, the needed changes to compensation?
Yes.
And then you would report those results to the legislative branch?
Yes.
I appreciate that, Dr. Campbell. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Item 157, receiving a report by Baton Rouge Youth Coalition regarding their performance against their 2024 key performance indicators, as well as key performance indicators at the center of their 2025 funding request by Councilwoman Coleman. We'll hear the report in a public hearing if we have time.
A minute.
1 minute? 4 minutes? Okay, I'll give you these after. Lucas. 4
You
minutes,
can come
8
back.
minutes.
You can come back and we'll
Come
take you
back or do
first.
it now?
It's up to you.
I thought we could.
Just
We
do
can
it.
Extend it a second time?
Okay.
Go.
All right, y'all. I'm going to go as quick as possible. Thank you so much. Giving you an update of where we have used the city parish's funds for the Baton Rouge Youth Coalition and what we hope to do with your continued support. I'm Allie Diefendorf, our Chief of Programs, and going to give you a high-level overview of that. You can keep going, Lucas. Quick update of our 2023-2024 investment update. The goal is to get our alumni to use our career and persistent services. 75% of our alum engage with BRIC through regular monthly touch points. 12 of our in-state school partners regularly collaborated to support our students. And 83% of our alum who have completed or are on track to complete those 2- and 4-year degrees. For career services, the goal was to get our alum to be using the services to secure local jobs. As a direct result of your investment in us, we were able to hire 2 new team members, for the first time ever, a director of career services and a brand new persistence manager. They've launched career consortium partnerships with GBR Sherm and ExxonMobil, and 80% of our alum are employed in career track jobs in grad school or in the military. I'm going to skip a lot of stuff here, and so give you a high-level overview of this is scope of our services that we are offering with our persistence program, again, as a direct result of your investment in us. That is alumni case management, career services, strategic partnership, and institutionalization. But I really want to highlight our newest initiative, which is our Career Institute. This was born from a study called Talent Disrupted that I'd be happy to share with you all, that looked at the relationship between college and employment. It found that there are key factors that impact a graduate getting into a college-level job or being underemployed, which means
Excuse me, ma'am. Over there, if you don't want to hear the report, come on now.
Thank you. Which looks at whether college graduates are entering career level jobs or being underemployed upon graduation. Underemployment here means you have a job, but you are not using your degree. And so two of the factors that this study looked at was the first, job out of college being crucial for remaining in a college level job post-graduation. The other was having an internship, so securing at least one internship reduced underemployment by 48.5% while in college. So as a result of this data, we have come up with the Career Institute, which will launch in September of 2025. This will be an 8-month job training program to support BRIC alum in meeting those milestones, which are college level jobs and securing an internship. The goal is for 100% of our participants to graduate from the internship with formal internships, summer enrichment opportunities, full-time jobs, or graduate school admissions for those college seniors. We'll have monthly programming, one-on-one mentorship, networking, professional liaison, and each of our fellows will earn a stipend. We're done? You're gonna keep going? Okay. Earlier I was going to show you a look, you have it in your packets, but it's a look at all of our alum, and I want you to, those are the real people that are, the ROI is related to here, and so there's a lot of really significant numbers on this screen that you all know a lot better than I do, but these are our fellows who are, as a result of your investment, generating economic income for our city. They are securing family sustaining wages as a result of this. So our programming that goes beyond just our after school programming, impacting our alum, and again, a direct result of your investment in us. And with your continued support, we're able to continue to grow those numbers. Thank you. There's a ton more in the in there if you can look at it.
And
thank you.
That is time. Councilwoman Amorosa.
Motion to adjourn.
Thank you.
No, you guys go home.
Welcome to ask questions.
Okay, so after the fact, and just in random talking, I appreciate the report and everything that you've done. Ever since first meeting y'all, I felt like the excitement that y'all had, the work that y'all had done before. I'm very proud of this investment that we had made, and very proud of the return on investment that we got. And y'all are doing a great job. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
You are okay.
Yeah. So I'm gonna tell you, I love what y'all do. I mean, Lucas and I have had private conversations, and I think every nonprofit should present data the way that you do it to show where the money goes and the impact on the people that you serve. So thank you. Y'all know how I feel about y'all. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate it.
So, Ellie, I have a question on the return on investment. So we say 458 more bachelor's degrees, 74 more workforce participants. So that 74, is that, it's the next to last page? Yeah. Is that 74, are those in Louisiana or? So I'm having trouble rectifying those two numbers.
The 74 are nationally, but so what the study looked at was comparing low-income students with our BRIC students, and I also had questions about this because 74 felt really low. Yeah. But it's not when you're looking at it because it's assuming that you are you're getting a job no matter what once you graduate high school, right? So it's comparing to other low-income students where someone might be working at Family Dollar versus our alum who are working at Lemoyne, and so they're earning those. So these 74 more, and those 74 more are earning so much more, and then again investing so much more into the economy.
Okay, that makes sense.
Yes.
So it's kind of an average. This
Totally.
is the value added. Okay.
Correct.
Okay, and so 458 bachelor's degrees. What percentage of the kids young people who go through BRIC do get their bachelor's degrees? Is it?
So great question, and I love answering that one. So our fellows are persisting at a rate of 83% compared to the national average, which is 15%.
Wow.
So almost 6 times the national average.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
And I mean, largely, I cannot overstate how much your investment connects directly to that, because it is those wraparound services following them all the way through and beyond their college experience. We love Lamont, yeah, but we're happy to talk to him.
And so the last time we talked, y'all had added, I know, sorry, I just have some
You're good.
questions.
I love it.
Okay,
Yeah.
the last time we had talked, y'all were adding a full-time person to really focus in on those college relationships.
Yes, and
right?
this is also in here as truly as a direct result of the funds. We were able to hire 2 new team members, one of whom is completely focused on career services. So Kenya Warren Hollins we have a career services team now because of your investment. And we have another new persistence team manager who is she's the one who goes to our schools. She's visiting on campuses, whether it is LSU or a school in California. She's making those visits to make sure everyone is getting what they need.
Okay, that's great. Those are the questions that I had, and I'll go back through this and reach out if I have any other questions. But thank y'all for continuing to impact this community, impact lives, and just generally, knock it out of the park. So, and thank you for sitting through a very long meeting.
My pleasure. I appreciate being here. Thank you for extending the meeting.
Station, that fire, don't think that that's more than,
It's right.
What you had to present.
It's
Next
not.
time, you have to present those people that are, interested.
Yeah.
We coming to you. Yeah.
That's right.
I love it.
Amen.
Awesome. Thank you.
Amen. Thank
and
you.
We sent the slides, and all of my notes are in the slides.
Share with some of the system.
Okay. Awesome. I just need a little time. I just want a little time to digest it, but that just saw a few little things I wanted to ask right away. Thank you. Thank you. Thank you.
Thank y'all. Thank y'all for staying. Marathon meeting. Appreciate y'all. Thank you for your continued service. Continue to serve your families, communities. First of all, serve God. God bless.